Welcome to Section 4 of the Complete Web Developer course. You've now covered HTML and CSS, so you know how to create the content and style of pretty much any website. Now is where the real fun starts though. In this section we're going to be learning JavaScript, which is our first real coding language. It will enable us to make interactive websites so that users will be able to click and interact with your website and your website will respond accordingly. This is where you can really start building powerful, interactive, fun experiences for your users. So it's where the real coding begins. Once again, I hope that you're thinking about how you can put the skills that you're learning into action. There's no better way to learn to code than to build real websites. So jot down a few ideas, pick the best one, and just start building it. And once you've built something, tweet it to me and I'll retweet it to the world. Enjoy this section, and I'll see you at the beginning of the next one. So welcome to the JavaScript section of the Complete Web Developer course. Here's your final look at the BBC website that hopefully you created at the end of the last section. It's a reminder that everything that we've done so far has been focused on layout and design and style. Other than a very little bit of interaction with forms, we haven't been able to make our websites do anything. And that's what JavaScript is all about. It allows you to make your websites interactive, which will make the user experience a lot better and allow you to create things like games, apps, and web apps that hopefully your users will love. It's also our first look at proper coding. What I mean by that is we can start making software and programs that do something rather than just look a certain way. So it's a big move, a big shift, a lot to learn, but also really exciting. I'm going to just show you very quickly how easy it is to get started with a little bit of JavaScript. And we'll do this in the usual way. So I'm going to say goodbye to my bbc.html page. And I'm going to create a new folder, which I'm going to call 3 JavaScript, and then I'll just call it javascript.html, and that's the main file that we'll be working with. There we go. So we'll change the title to JavaScript, get rid of the style sheet link, which won't work now anyway, and then go back to the start. Almost painful to delete all that code, but it was good fun. Okay, so very quick challenge for you. Can you make this new page appear in your browser? You should be a master of that by now. All right, hope you managed it. All we need to do is update the URL to 3-JavaScript and then JavaScript.html. There we go. Blank page, but you can see the title up there. All right, so I'm going to show you a very simple way to get a little bit of JavaScript up and running. And we're going to use a button. This is an HTML element that we haven't actually seen yet, but it does exactly what you might think. So it's much like a submit button that we saw in the forms section of the HTML chapter, but by default it doesn't do anything. You have to give it some code to make it do something. So let's tempt our user by putting the words click me into the button. Let's have a look. There's our button. So we click it and of course nothing happens. So how do we add our JavaScript? Well, just like with CSS, there's 3 different ways that we can put JavaScript into our websites. And they're exactly the same 3 different ways as with CSS. So the first that I'm going to show you is the simplest, but not the one I'd recommend long term, but it will get us started. So this is inline JavaScript. And instead of, you remember we used style before to get some CSS, we use onClick to get some JavaScript. So this just means that we're going to execute this bit of JavaScript when the button is clicked. Simple as that. And then we put the JavaScript that we're going to execute into these quotes. And a nice simple command is alert. And then we have some parentheses or brackets. And in single quotes, I'm going to put hi. So slightly complicated, but you'll get the idea hopefully. So this command means alert, and then we have some brackets to contain the instructions about what we want to alert, and in single quotes there I've put the word hi with an exclamation mark. So this should alert the word hi. What exactly does that mean? Let's run it and find out. There it is. So we get a little pop-up that says hi with a load of nonsense at the beginning, but we can ignore that for now. So feel free to experiment with that a little bit. You can essentially put any text you like there, or numbers or anything else, and it will appear when the button is clicked. So that's your first teensy bit of JavaScript and a little bit of interaction between your user and your website. In the next video, we'll switch from inline to internal JavaScript, which is going to be a move very similar to the one that we made when we did CSS in the previous chapter. Alright, so you've now written your first bit of JavaScript, and this is, as I've mentioned, inline JavaScript, which is a very easy way to get it up and running, but not generally the way I'd recommend doing it. For exactly the same reasons we avoided inline CSS, it's just very messy. Just in the same way that we want to keep our style and our content different, we want to keep our logic or our code or our JavaScript different from our content as well. So the way we do that is very similar to how we put in our style. We just use script. There we go. And any JavaScript that we put in here will then be executed as soon as the page loads. Now that will work in itself, but it's considered correct to put the correct type, just to make it really clear that this is JavaScript that we want the browser to execute. So very quick challenge for you then. Can you write a little bit of JavaScript here to pop up the page is loaded or something similar once you reload the page? Go for it. Did you manage it? The challenge was possibly you might have included the onClick command. And if you did, no worries. But the JavaScript itself is actually just the alert part, and then whatever text you want inside the quotes there. So that's it. That's all you needed. Let's just save that and refresh the page. So you can see I just did a refresh there. I didn't click the button, but that JavaScript was executed. A quick note about single and double quotes. I used single quotes here because we had double quotes around the edge of the onClick attribute. So if I'd used double quotes in there, that would have got very confused because the system would have thought that this double quote was supposed to end this bit of text rather than start a new one. So if you want to have quotes within quotes, as we've got here, then you need to use double and single. But here, we don't have quotes within quotes, so you can use double or single. And double is slightly more conventionally correct these days, even though both will work exactly the same. Single is only really used when we have to use it. If we're just using some quotes, double quotes is the standard. While we're here as well, just like CSS, JavaScript has an optional semicolon at the end. You don't need it, but you can put it there, and that will enable you to put several different commands on one line if you want to. So I'd recommend getting into the habit of putting semicolons at the end of your lines, but it's up to you. One more thing I want to show you while we're here is the Chrome console, which is really handy for debugging your JavaScript. So let's go back to, I just right-clicked or control-clicked on the page and click Inspect, like you may have done a few times if you followed along the BBC CSS project with me. And then if we go over and click Console. So the console gives you two powerful tools. First off, you can actually write JavaScript straight into it. So alert, hello, is our one bit of JavaScript that we know. And then that then is actually run on that page itself. So that can be really handy if you want to check a particular command. But probably more usefully is it will show you if you've got errors in your JavaScript. So if I make a mistake and instead of alert I type ert, then first off, if I run the page, let's just get rid of the console. If I run the page, notice nothing happens. I don't get an error message or anything, just nothing happens. And that's what will happen. If there's an error in your script, you won't get an error message on the page itself. It just won't do anything. And that can be really frustrating. But if we have a look in the console, you can see we've got a lovely error message there. Ert is not defined. So we're trying to use a command that doesn't exist. So I have no doubt that while you're making pages and practicing with JavaScript, you'll make mistakes and you'll have errors in your code. And the Chrome console is a really good way to see what they are. It even tells you what line your error is at. So line 15, it takes you straight there, and then you should be able to see straight away, aha, yes, of course, I've just spelt that wrong. And then you run it again, your error disappears, and your code works. So I'd recommend using that, and I'll definitely refer to it throughout the course as well. Notice that you can put your script code up in the head there, and in some situations that's a good idea, and we'll see some of those later on in this section. But generally, for the first section at least, we're going to be primarily putting our code at the end of the page like that, and that means that it will get executed as soon as the page is run, and which for most of these examples, that's what we want. All right. So enough introduction, let's get started and start writing some real JavaScript. Alright, so now that we've seen how to run some JavaScript in an internal way, we're going to see how we can start interacting with elements on the page. But at the moment, all we're doing is alerting something. So that's a pop-up which tells the user something. But very often, of course, what we want is for our code to affect something that appears on the screen itself. So let's get rid of our button and type in anything we like. So I'll go back to the good old standard hello world. And then let's just run that and make sure that that's updated. There we go. And of course, we get our pop-up as well. So what if we wanted, using JavaScript, to update the contents of this paragraph tag and change the text to something else? That's a basic example of something we might want to do in a real life page. For example, if we've got a login form and someone clicks the login button without having entered their details, it would be a useful thing to show them a message to tell them to enter their details. And this is how we would do that. So let's get rid of our alert instruction and see how we access this element here. Now, as you may remember, the classes and IDs that we used in CSS, I mentioned, can also be used in JavaScript. And IDs in particular are very powerful because the thing about IDs is they refer uniquely to an element. So it's very easy in JavaScript to get an element by its ID. So let's give this paragraph text an ID of text. And now let's find out the JavaScript for selecting that and doing something with it. So we start off by typing the keyword document. So document tells the JavaScript that we're going to be looking for something inside this document. Make sense? And then we use a dot to go within the document, and then we want to get an element by its ID. So you've got that top one there, and you could imagine maybe what those other ones might be used for as well. But we're going to go for get element by ID, which does exactly what it says on the tin. It gets an element by its ID. Notice also the capitalization here, because we're going to be using this throughout our use of JavaScript. This is common to many programming languages, where we start with a small letter, and then each word in the function name has the first letter capitalized. So we've got get is all small, element begins with a capital E, by with a capital B, and ID with a capital I. So that's just quite a nice way of making it readable without putting in spaces or hyphens or anything nasty like that. Alright, so this instruction will get an element by its ID. We need to tell it the ID of the element that we want. So we put in brackets, and you can see my text editor here is telling me that we need a string, which isn't the ID. So a string is just a bunch of characters. So it goes in double quotes as we're used to, and then we just put in the ID. So this will now get the element text by its ID. So we've now got the element that we want to change. How do we change it? Well, we add another dot, and then we use the instruction inner HTML. And this gets, as you might imagine, the inner HTML of this element with ID of text. And we want to change that to something else. So we set it equal to, and then whatever string we want. So maybe I want to change it to hello Rob rather than hello world. And that's our full instruction. So there's quite a lot of new stuff in there. So take a moment to just go back and make sure you understand what each of those bits are doing. I'm going to just quickly recap it for you. Document means that we're going to get something within the document that we're working in. So that's this whole HTML document here. And then get element by ID says that we want to get an element within the document by its ID. Then we pass the ID that we're interested in, which is text. And then we want to get the inner HTML of that element, which at the moment is hello world. And then we want to set it equal to something else, i.e. in this case, hello Rob. That's it. And remember, we've got an optional semicolon. And I'd recommend putting semicolons at the end, but it will work without them. All right, let's have a look. So if we now save that and run it, you can see we've got hello Rob right there. So it might not look that exciting, but what we've managed to do there is actually change the content of our page using JavaScript. So that's a really powerful thing to be able to do. One quick thing to show you before we move on is comments within JavaScript. And this can be very useful as you're writing your code to leave comments to remind yourself later on what your code is actually doing. Or if someone else is going to be editing your script or looking at your code, it can be very useful to them as well. So there's a couple of ways to add comments in JavaScript, and they're common to pretty much every programming language out there, which is great. So if you want to have a one-line comment, you add a double / there. And then if we just run that again, it's no different at all. It still works. We still get hello Rob, but obviously the comment doesn't do anything. So you can write whatever text you like there. Secondly, if you want to add a multi-line comment, you do a / and then a star to begin the multi-line comment. And you can see that this is now commented out, this part here as well, which we don't want. So we have to end the multi-line comment. And we do that with a star and a /. So now we can put whatever we like in between those two, and it will be considered a comment. It won't be processed with the code. So we put something like this is a multi-line comment. And we can put whatever we like in there, as many lines as we want. So just to check, once again, its code still works. We haven't broken anything. All right. So that's how you do both one-line and multi-line comments in JavaScript, and it's also how we change the content of our page using JavaScript. Of course, doing that on the page load is not necessarily that exciting because we can't actually see it happen because it happens so fast we never see the hello world. So in the next video, we'll see how we can use buttons to process JavaScript on demand, i.e. when the button is pressed. So now that we know how to change the content of a web page using HTML, we're going to attempt to do that using a button. So rather than updating it as soon as the page is loaded, we're going to have a button, and then when that button is pressed, that's when we'll update the inner HTML. And that, of course, starts adding some genuine interactivity with our pages rather than just running some code as soon as the page is run. So try and remember this. I'm going to get rid of it now, but you're going to need to type it in a challenge that I give you in a minute. So try and have that in your mind. What I'm going to do is after the hello world paragraph, I'm going to add in a button, which is going to have the words change text. There we go. And this is the button that we're going to press to update the text here. Obviously, it doesn't do anything yet. But in order to refer to it in our JavaScript, we're going to give it an ID, just as before. So we can call this whatever we like. I'll call it my button. All right, so that's all we need on the HTML side. Here comes the first mini challenge then. Can you select the button by its ID? So just in the same way that we did in the previous video, when we selected the text paragraph, can you select the button by its ID in JavaScript? Go for it. All right, hope you remembered how to do it. You should have started with document to say that we want to get something within this document, and then get element by ID. That's the key command that we need in this case. And then, of course, the ID is my button. There we go. So that's what you should have come up with. You didn't need the inner HTML because all we wanted to do was select the button, and we've done that now. So how do we then connect some JavaScript to this button? Well, we don't want to change the inner HTML of the button, but what we do want to do is add an onClick. So we do that using .onClick, and this is effectively the same as writing an onClick instruction right there as we did a couple of videos ago. But it's much cleaner because we're using internal JavaScript rather than inline. So what we're doing here now is we're setting a function that we want to happen when the button is clicked. So to set that function, we use equals, and then we want to create a function. Now, when we define a function, we always have a pair of parentheses or brackets after it. Quite often, these might have some variable names in it if we're going to pass some variables to this function. But we're not doing that in this case, so really don't worry too much about those parentheses. Really think of them as things that have to come after functions. We'll see them in a lot more detail in just the next few videos. So now we've set it equal to a function, we need to define what that function is, and to do that we use our curly brackets like that. So what this is essentially saying is when my button is clicked, do whatever code I write in here. So quick challenge number 2, can you make it so that when the button is clicked, instead of changing the text, it alerts button clicked? So when the button is clicked, it alerts button clicked. Go for it. Okay, I hope you remembered how to do that. Very simple. Just alert, and then brackets, because this is a function. And then we want to pass a string to the alert function. The string is just a collection of characters, which in this case we want to say button clicked. And then let's pop our semicolon at the end. All right, let's have a look. So now refresh, and there we go. Button is clicked. So that's our first bit of genuine interaction with our page using JavaScript. We've run some JavaScript when the button was clicked. That's all well and good, but what we really want to do when this button is clicked is change the text. So this is where you need to remember what we did in the previous video. So can you write the code that will update hello world to hello Rob, or hello whatever your name is, or whatever text you like. Go for it. Did you manage it? I hope so. We should have started off with document to say that we want to select something within this document. Then get element by ID, because we want to select an element by its ID. And then the element that we want to select is the one with the ID of text. And then we want to set the inner HTML of this element equal to whatever we like. So I'm going to change it to hello Rob, just as we had before. Finish it off with a semicolon. That's it. So that's exactly the same as the code that we had in the previous video. So let's save that, and fingers crossed, it'll all work. Hurrah! Fantastic. So that's some really genuine interactivity because we're updating our web page based on the actions of our user. As a very quick aside here, I'm just going to remind you of the Chrome console, which you get by right-clicking or control-clicking and then inspect the page and then clicking console, because as you start doing more of these challenges, you'll start to get code that just doesn't do anything. Because remember, when you have an error in JavaScript, it won't show you the error on the page, it just won't do anything. So had you mistyped and typed document by mistake, then had you run it, nothing would happen on the page to tell you that you had an error, but it wouldn't work. And then here in the console is where you'll see the error. So line 21, something about document. There we go. There's the error, document. Much better. Save, refresh, click the button, all is well. So if you find yourself getting errors during the challenges, then remember to look at the console to see exactly what the error is. That will save you many miserable hours trying to figure it out yourself. In the next video then, we'll move this along and we'll see how we can change our website content in a much more advanced way than just updating some text. See you there. Alright, we're now going to take our JavaScript to the next level by seeing how we can not only just change the content of an element, but we can also append content to it, which means take whatever's there and then add some extra text to it. And we can make a whole element appear out of nothing. So let's get cracking. Let's add a second paragraph. And I'm going to put in the words JavaScript is, and then ... And we'll give this an ID of second paragraph. And here's a little challenge. Can you add some code and a second button so that when that second button is clicked, the content of this paragraph changes to Hello Rob. So exactly like the first button behaves. So add a new button so that when you press that button, the content of this paragraph changes to Hello Rob. Go for it. I hope you managed it. It's just a bit of copy and paste really is all we need. So let's copy the button code. I'm going to change text to append text. So append means adding something to the end of it. And we'll call this second button. Okay, let's just have a look. Okay, yep, that all looks fine. Obviously, append text at the moment doesn't do anything. So we need to set up some JavaScript to connect that to some code. So again, I'm going to copy and paste. And all we need to do is change the necessary bits so that it does what we want. So we want it so that when the second button is clicked, it updates the content of second paragraph to Hello Rob. So second button, of course, has the ID of second button. So we want to make this function happen when second button is clicked. And we do that using document.getElementById second button .onClick equals and then function. So very quick question. What would happen if I ran this code now and then click the second button? What will happen? Hope you got it right. It should update Hello World to Hello Rob. There we go. It does. Because it's just doing the same thing as what the first button did, updating the element with ID text, which is this one, to Hello Rob. So we wanted to make it so that it updated JavaScript is, and the ID for that paragraph is second paragraph. And that's it. So now it's going to update second paragraph to Hello Rob with any luck. Fantastic. Okay, so that was the mini challenge and how I expected you to do it. Let's see how then we achieve what we originally wanted, which was how to append some content to this. So first off, the content that I want to append is going to be awesome. So we end up with JavaScript is awesome. The way I'm going to do it, and it's going to take quite a long line of text, so I'm just going to extend this out so we can do it all in one line, is by copying and pasting all of this and then popping it in there and adding a plus symbol. And before I explain how that works, just take a moment to have a look at that and see if you can work out why that will append awesome to the content of second paragraph. I hope you got it. What we're essentially doing here is we're taking the inner HTML of second paragraph, which is JavaScript is ... and then we're setting that equal to the inner HTML of second paragraph, which is JavaScript is, and then we're adding that to awesome, or we're adding awesome to that. So we're setting the inner HTML of the second paragraph to whatever it is plus the word awesome. So we're essentially adding the word awesome to the end, or in programming terms, we're appending the word awesome to whatever the content was before. So let's take a look, see if that does what we want. So refresh, append text, and there we go. JavaScript is awesome. So another teeny challenge then, could you append something else to this line and make it so that it becomes, I think JavaScript is awesome. Go for it. All right, hope you managed that. All we need to do is, before we get the contents of second paragraph, we're going to add I think in double quotes with a space at the end, otherwise it's going to be all one word, and then a plus again. And this means I think, and then whatever the content is, and then the word awesome. So let's have a look. JavaScript is, and I think JavaScript is awesome. I agree. All right. So finally then, how could we make some content appear out of thin air, out of nowhere? And I'm actually going to set this as a challenge. See if you can figure it out. So how can we have no content here, just a button, and then when you click that button, you get some text, whatever you want that to be. Go for it. Did you manage it? Okay. It was a pretty tough challenge, but well done if you got there. The way I'm going to do it is have a paragraph with an ID of empty paragraph. And then that is, of course, just an empty paragraph. It's just blank. Nothing will display on the screen. And then I'm going to have a button with an ID of create paragraph. And then I'll have the words create text on it. And rather than copying and pasting this time, I'll create the code from scratch just to give us an opportunity to see it and talk it through once again. So we want something to happen when the button with ID create paragraph is clicked. So that means we need to get that button first off. And we do that using document to say that we want something within this document. And then we say we want to get the element by its ID. Then in brackets and quotes, we give the ID. So that's create paragraph. And then we set onClick to be a function. And then we have curly brackets in which we're going to put the code for our function. So that means whatever I write in here will happen when that button is clicked. And then all we need to do is make it so that we select the paragraph with ID empty paragraph and put some content in it. So it's exactly the same as what we had up here when we change the content. Just in this case, we're changing it from blank to some text. So let's see that in action. So document.getElementById, and the ID this time is empty paragraph, and then we want to set the inner HTML to, let's say, hi there, and that's it. Let's take a look. So refresh that. So create text. Nothing's happening. Let's have a look. Find out what's going wrong. There must be an error in my code somewhere. Maybe you can see what it is. But let's have a look at the console. Document.getElementID.innerHTML is not a function. Aha, of course. So line 42, this line here, what I've done, of course, as you probably noticed, was I tried to pass the string hi there to innerHTML. And as it says, innerHTML is not a function. It's a value. It's the content of empty paragraph. So what I should have done is set it to equal to, and then hi there. All right, no worries, good use of the console. Let's have another look. Create text now, and there it is. Brilliant. So we've created something from nothing there, which is particularly useful if you've got an error message or something you want to display to the user once they've done something. A very quick thing to say is that this can be any HTML. We've only used text so far, but you can put HTML right in here as well. So let's have a look now. We've created a heading. So you can put lists, you can put forms in there, you can put whole chunks of text if you want to. Any HTML will do. All right, I hope you enjoyed those challenges. We're going to have an even bigger challenge in the next video where we're going to create the first part of our reaction game that we'll make at the end of this section. And this first part is called Disappearing Circles. All right, we just need to look at a couple of things before we can do our Disappearing Circles challenge, and that is how we can manipulate styles with JavaScript. So far, we've been manipulating content, mostly by changing this innerHTML variable. But we can do the same with styles. So let's add a paragraph. I'll call it more text. And we'll have the very boring, this is some text. So that's not going to be styled at all. But let's create a button with an ID of style text. And we'll have the text style text on it. There we go. Obviously it doesn't do anything yet. But now let's add some code for that button. So in just the same way, document.getElement by ID. And the element that we want to get is the style text button. And then we want to add an onClick function to that. So this is going to be a function with curly brackets. And then what we want to do is just add some style to the more text paragraph. So for example, we want to go through the process, get element by ID. And the element we want to get this time is more text. And then instead of innerHTML, we do style. And then, for example, if we want to change the color to red, we would have .style.color equals, and then in quotes, red. Simple as that. Now let's have a look. Style text, it goes red. Fantastic. Changing the font size is very similar, but slightly trickier because it's not exactly the same. We don't use font size because we don't like that hyphen in the JavaScript. We just use font size instead. So that's using the capitalization similar to get element by ID. Small f, but then capital S. And let's say we want to make it a font size of 50 pixels. Let's have a look. There we go. It's massive. And so feel free to play around with that and obviously combine several styles if you want by just having multiple commands like this. But the particular other one I want to show you, which we're going to be using in our disappearing circles challenge, is to make it disappear. And we can do that by setting the display property to none. So as you can imagine, That just sets the CSS display property to none, which effectively makes it disappear. Let's check it out. There we go. It's gone. So it's not even just disappeared, but it's actually been removed from the flow of the page, and so the button moves up as a result. So feel free to get creative and play around to see what styles you can affect with JavaScript, but we're going to go on now to our mini challenge, disappearing circles. Alright, so here we're going to have a quick challenge which will give you an opportunity to use the JavaScript you've learned so far, as well as force you to recall some of the CSS that we learned in the previous section. So get yourself back to just a blank HTML document with your script tags at the bottom. And then the challenge is, can you create a red, blue and yellow circle all next to each other, and then set up JavaScript so that when any of those circles are clicked, it disappears. So that's a slight step forward from what we've seen so far. We haven't seen how to make anything disappear, but hopefully you can work it out. At the very least, get those circles up and see what you can make them do. Good luck. All right, I hope you managed it. There are, of course, several different ways to solve this problem, but I'm going to go for a similar way as to how we made some circles last time. So I'm going to have a div with a class of circle and an ID of red circle. And then I'm going to add the styles for that first off. So just in the usual way. There we go. So all of the circles are going to have certain styles in common. So that's why I'm doing that as a class. So we'll start off by setting the width to be, let's say, 200 pixels. We'll set the height to be 200 pixels as well. Then to make them circular, we'll set the border radius to 50%. I want them all in a row, so I'm going to make them float left. And finally, I want a bit of a gap between them, so I'm going to give them a margin of 50 pixels. Okay, and then the only thing different between them is going to be their color. So let's put in red circle first. And that, of course, is going to have a background color of red. So let's just check. Make sure we've got a nice big red circle there. Wonderful. And then we'll just do the same for a blue circle and a yellow circle. Then I'm just going to copy and paste the styles for those. So for the blue circle, background color of blue. And yellow circle, background color of yellow. Wonderful. I think they are floating left, but they're going off the edge of the page. So let's change the width to 100 and see if we can get them all in a row. Almost. Okay, then let's change the margin right to being 50 pixels. There we go. Could even then make them a little bit bigger. Not that big. Try 130. Lovely. So now we've got our circles. We've just got to create our little bit of interactivity. Now then, it's just a matter of writing a little bit of JavaScript. And that should all be fine. Let's start with the red circle. So we're going to want to add an onClick function to our element with an ID of red circle, and we want to make it so that when it's clicked, it disappears. So it should be fairly straightforward. Let's start with document to say that we want to access something in this document, and then good old getElementById. Then we give it the ID of red circle, and then onClick. And we're going to set that equal to a function, which we'll define in the curly brackets. And all we want to do is find it again. So document.getElementById red-circle, and then set the style dot display, and just as we did in the previous video, set that to none, and that should make it disappear. Let's have a look. Click. There it goes. Alright, simple enough. Now let's do it for the other two. So this is going to be very, very similar. All we need to do is change yellow circle and yellow circle and blue circle, blue circle. And that will just apply the same code but to each circle. Blue goes, yellow goes, red goes. Whoops, when I don't right click it. Alright, I hope you managed that challenge, and we're going to be coming back to this code when we create our reaction testing game at the end of this section. For now though, we're going to move on away from working with HTML elements. For now though, we're going to move on and away from HTML elements and look at some pure JavaScript, which will allow us to do much more powerful things in our web pages than what we've seen so far. And we're going to start that process by looking at variables. So far, we've been exclusively using JavaScript to interact with the page that the user is on. But there is a huge amount more that we can do with JavaScript. And we're going to start getting into that now by looking at a basic programming concept of variables. So first off, I'm going to clear all this content to get us back to a nice, clean, empty page. And let's have a quick look at what I mean by a variable. So if you think back to your school days, you might remember solving equations with x or y in them. In that case, both x and y were variables. They were letters that represented certain values. And that's what they are in JavaScript as well, and indeed in programming in general. So we might, for example, create a variable, which we do using the keyword var, and our variable might be called x, and we might set it equal to 5, for whatever reason. Simple as that. So now we've got our variable, which is called x, and it's equal to 5. We can prove that to ourselves by alerting the value of x. So notice I don't have quotes around my x this time. If I do that, it will just alert the letter x. But without quotes, it will alert the value of the variable x, which is 5. I can change the value of x whatever I like, and that will change. I can also update the value of x later on. It's not fixed. So if it starts off as 10, I can then later on just change x to be 20, for example. I don't have the var this time because I'm not defining x, I'm just changing its value. So x is now 20, there we go. That's the value. I can also have non-numerical variables. So I might have the variable name and set it equal to Rob. Now, to tell the browser that this is a string, we put it in quotes, just like we have done with strings of letters all along. So let's have a look now and see what that gives us. Have a quick think. What should pop up? Of course, Rob. So variables are hugely powerful things, and we're going to use them throughout the rest of this course. But how might we use one to do something in a web page like the ones that we've been creating so far? Well, let's try this as an example, and I'll set it up as a mini challenge. Can you create a text input and then a button next to it which says change the text? That's it, a text input and a button next to it that says change the text. Go for it. All right, hope you got it. Pretty straightforward. We just use input, and then the default type is text, but I do like to specify anyway that we have a text input here. So there's our text input, and then next to it we're going to have a button with the value of change the text. And there we go. And of course, it's still alerting Rob. Let's get rid of that for the moment. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to have a paragraph which just says this is some text. And then what we're going to set our little page up to do here is to allow the user to type whatever they want into the box. And then when we click that button, then whatever the user has typed in the box will replace this is some text down here. And we'll use a variable to do that. All right, so a little mini challenge for you. Can you make it so that when you click the change the text button, something happens? I don't care what it is. You can update some content, you can alert something, you can do whatever you like, but just make it so that when I click that button, something happens. Go for it. I wonder how creative you got there. I would start off by giving the button an ID. I'll call it text changer, like that. And then we need to get that button, and we do that in the now hopefully familiar way of document.getElementById. And then the ID is text changer. And then we want to set the onClick to a function, which we'll define with some curly brackets. So my challenge just said do something, so we'll just say alert hi Rob for now, just to make sure that everything's connected up nicely. And I would recommend doing that when you're working through making a site and making interactive things. Just do it really step by step. Don't try and code everything in one go, because inevitably it won't work and then it'll take you ages to figure out what's wrong. But if you do it step by step, hopefully you'll make fewer mistakes. And if you do make mistakes, it'll be a lot easier to see where those mistakes are. Right, so now what I'm going to do is get the value of our text input. And the value is going to be whatever the user has typed into it. So I'm going to set up a variable. I'll call it text entered, like that. And I'm using the same capitalization convention, so small letters all the way through, except for the beginning letters of the second and future words. And initially, I'm going to set it to an empty string like that. So this tells the browser that we want this to be a string, but initially it's empty, just like the box is initially empty. But then I'm going to take text entered and set it to the value of whatever the user has typed in the box. And to do that, I need to set an ID. For my input, I'll just use text input. And now I want to get the value of text input. So I do that using document.getElementById. Text input is the ID. And then I want to get the value of that. Simple as that. So this will give us the value that the user has typed into that box. And just to check, let's alert its value. Just to take a look. So I'm just going to put ASDF in there. And there we go. So we've taken our variable, we've created it, and then we've set it equal to the value of the input, which is just whatever the user has typed. So final challenge then. Can you change the last line of our code so that instead of alerting text entered, it sets the value of this paragraph, or the inner HTML, I should say, of this paragraph to whatever the user has typed in? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. I'm going to give our paragraph an ID, and I'll just call it text. And then once again, we're going to get that in the usual way. And we're going to set its inner HTML to be equal to text entered. There we go. Simple as that. So let's run this again. Type in some text, change the text, and there we go. So this is a very basic usage of variables to allow us to add another level of interactivity in our page. So we're not just clicking buttons and doing something, but we're actually allowing the user to type in something and then getting the results and doing something with them on our page. So variables open up a whole new world of power and interactivity that we can create with our websites, and we're going to take that further and further over the next few videos, specifically in the next one looking at arrays. So with variables, we saw how we could create something which contained a value, and then we could change that value later on and use it in our code to achieve something. Arrays take variables one step further and allow us to store a number of different values in one object. Now that sounds a bit weird until you've seen it in action. So let's just tidy things up a little and create an array. There's a few different ways of creating arrays in JavaScript. I'm going to show you the most common ones here. We actually use the keyword var as before to create them. So arrays are just variables, but different types of variables. And we'll call it my array. And then to tell JavaScript that we want to create an array, we use the command new and then array. And we use parentheses because this is a function which creates an array for us. So now we've got an empty array and we want to fill it with some values. So let's say we want to store some food items in this particular array for some reason. What we would do is we would take my array and specify which entry in the array we wanted to edit. And we normally start with 0. So arrays start at 0. So my array and then square brackets 0. And then we might set that equal to pizza. So just in the same way that we set the value of a variable, we can set the value of one item within an array. So my array 0 is now pizza. Can you set my array 1 to chocolate? Go for it. Let's have a look. You should have done something like my array square brackets 1 is equal to chocolate. There we go. So how do we get those values if we want them? Well, just in the same way that we worked with variables in the previous video. So if we want to get pizza, we could alert my array 0. Just like that. Let's refresh, and then we've got pizza there. Note, if we want to view a whole array, that's not that easy to do within the page itself, but it's very easy to do within the console. So that's how I'd recommend, if you want to check what the values of an array are while you're coding, then you can use the console log. And this is a very useful thing in general. It essentially allows you to leave comments for yourself as you're developing your app, which can help you with debugging or just generally seeing what's going on. And if we want to log the values within an array, we just console.log and then my array in parentheses. And let's then have a look. Obviously that doesn't display anything on the page itself, but if we right click, control click, and inspect, and then click on the console, it should show us, there we go. So it's array, it's got 2 values in it, and those 2 values are pizza and chocolate. Notice also we've got the length of the array, which is 2. And that's a very useful number to know how many items there are in your array, and we can get them just by using myArray.length. So that will tell us how many items there are in the array. If we have a look at that, you can see we just get returned 2 because we've got 2 items in our array here. All right, so that's all well and good, you might think, but why on earth would I need one of these? Why can't I just store these in individual variables? Well, imagine you're making something like a Twitter clone and you wanted to display a user's tweets. As you're writing the program, you don't know in advance how many tweets there are going to be because the number is going to change. Also, you definitely don't want to define a new variable for each tweet because you're going to have to come up with a huge number of variable names. That would be a very messy way to work with things. So instead, what you could do is create an array, which we might call tweets. And we're going to create this in a different way, just so that you can see a different way to create an array. So instead of using new array, we can actually just assign the values of the array right at the start. So incidentally, just a pair of square brackets there will create an empty array, so it does the same thing as that line. But if we want to put some values in, we might have, what's the sort of thing people might tweet? Morning everybody, something like that. And they might say, I love coffee, that kind of thing. What a Twitter feed this would be. So now what we've got here is 2 tweets within our tweets array. And hopefully this gives you a bit of a clue as to why arrays are so powerful. Because we could add as many tweets as we wanted to this array, display them all, we could delete ones, we can edit them, but we only have a single variable name to deal with. And it kind of makes sense. It's just a single variable called tweets. We don't need a different variable name for each of these because they're all tweets. So pretty much any web app you could imagine is going to need arrays to store lists of data. So you think of an email client, for example, has to store the user's contacts, the user's emails, and all sorts of other information that you don't know how many items there are going to be. And in that situation, arrays are perfect. So it's a very quick challenge. Can you alert the I love coffee tweet? Just to make sure that you've got the hang of how arrays work. Go for it. All right, hope you did it. Pretty easy. Just alert, and then we want tweets 1. That was the only slight trick. You might have forgotten that arrays start at 0 and thought that that was number 1, and then attempted to alert tweets 2, and then got an error because tweets 2 doesn't exist. So this is tweets 0, and I love coffee is tweets 1. Let's just have a look. There we go. Brilliant. So what if we want to add a third tweet to our list? So our user has just come along and tweeted something just as exciting as these 2 tweets, and we want to add it to their list of tweets. That's pretty easy. We can use the command push. So tweets.push will add a third item to this array at the end of the array. And then we give the value that we want to add onto the end of our tweets array. So what's the sort of thing this guy might say? Maybe something like back to work, because he's hilarious. So that will add back to work onto the end of the array. So very quickly, can you log to the console the tweets array so we can have a look and see what's inside it now? Hope you remembered that it's just console.log and then whatever we want to log. So in this case, the tweets array. So let's take a look, refresh the page, and then control or right click and inspect. And there we go. So there's our array. It's got a length of 3, so 3 items in it. Morning everybody, I love coffee, and back to work. Fantastic. What about removing items from arrays? That's pretty easy to do as well. We've got a command for it within JavaScript. And this is splice, which allows us to do actually a lot more than just deleting, but I'll show you how we can get rid of one of these tweets. So let's, for example, decide that our tweeter decides that his I love coffee tweet was rather inane and wanted to delete it. Then we would give the splice command 2 variables. Firstly, the number of the item in the array that we wanted to start deleting. So remember, morning everybody is the 0th item. I love coffee is number 1, and back to work is number 2, just as it says over here on the left. So if I wanted to delete I love coffee, we'd start at number 1, because I love coffee is number 1. And then if we just wanted to delete that one, then we would say I want to delete 1 tweet starting at item 1. So that should delete just I love coffee. And there we go. Now you can see we've got left morning everybody and back to work. So what we're doing here is we're passing 2 variables to this splice function, and they give the function a bit of information. So it says start deleting at item number 1 and delete one item. So can you change our splice function so that we delete both I love coffee and back to work? How would we do that? All right, hope you got it. All we need to do is change the second number to a 2, and that will then instruct it to delete 2 items starting at item number 1. So let's have a look. We should just be left with morning everybody. Perfect. We can also use the splice function to add in items. So let's say we wanted to add in a tweet before I love coffee. Then what we would do is we say, I want to add my new tweet at number 1. I don't want to delete any tweets. And the content of the new tweet that I want to add in is, I don't know, cornflakes for breakfast. And of course, the requisite exclamation mark. So this should add in the item cornflakes for breakfast just before item number 1. Let's have a look. There we go. So now we've got morning everybody, cornflakes for breakfast, I love coffee, and back to work. Very quick challenge for you. How could you change splice now to, instead of just adding in cornflakes for breakfast, replace I love coffee with cornflakes for breakfast? Go for it. Did you manage it? It's actually pretty straightforward. We just change the 0 to a 1. And this will mean we want to add in a new item before tweet number 1, but we also want to delete tweet number 1 and then add in cornflakes for breakfast. So we should now have just 3 tweets without I love coffee. There you go. And you can add in as many items as you like here as well. As many inane tweets as you can imagine, just by separating them with commas. So if our tweeter felt that cornflakes for breakfast wasn't enough information, he might add a num num tweet immediately after. Let's have a look. There we go. So we've now got morning everybody, cornflakes for breakfast, num num, and back to work. All right, there's a huge amount more that you can do with arrays, but that's as far as we're going to go for now, because I don't want you to have to memorize lots of different array functions, but as we need them, we'll come back to them and see what else we can do with arrays. You'll notice that what we've got here is pure code. We don't actually have any content in our page at all. And increasingly in the JavaScript section and the next section, we're going to be looking at more complex code to do more advanced things. And this is really what programming or coding is all about. It's not so much about the layout of your page as the logic behind it. And that's where things get really powerful and I think really exciting. And talking of logic, we're going to learn our first logic command in the next video, and that is the if statement. See you there. So in the 2 previous videos, we saw the 2 basic ways to store information in JavaScript using variables and arrays. In the next few videos, we're going to see how we can use JavaScript to affect the logic of the application, i.e. what it does. The code that we've written so far is going to do the same thing every time. But what if we want our code to do different things depending on different situations? Well, for that, we'd use an if statement. So let's get rid of the code we've got so far. And can you set up a variable for me called x with a value of 1? Go for it. Hope you managed that. Var to create a variable, x to name the variable, and then equals 1 to give it that value. So what we're going to do with this is create an if statement which depends on the value of x. And this looks like this. So we start with if, and then in parentheses, we put our condition that we want to be true. And I'm going to test for whether or not x is equal to 1. That might seem a bit crazy when I know that x is equal to 1, but just stay with me for the moment. Now we test whether x is equal to 1 using x and then double equals 1. Now that can be quite confusing for new programmers, but it actually makes a lot of sense. When you see a single equals in a program, it means that you're setting the value of something to something else. When you see a double equals, it means we're testing whether or not those two things are the same. So it's a logical difference, and therefore there's a different symbol. So it's 2 equal signs. But it is a very common beginner mistake to just put one equal sign there, and then what you'll find is this will set x is equal to 1 and say that the statement is true, which is very rarely what you want to happen. So always put two equal signs in an if statement. And then, just like with functions that we saw a few videos ago, we have curly brackets to contain whatever code we want to happen if x is 1. So we might, for example, just alert x is 1. Hurrah! So let's just check. See what happens. X is indeed 1. What would happen then in this program if I changed x to be 2? What would happen when I run it? I hope you got the answer, which is absolutely nothing, because x is not 1 anymore, so it's not going to alert that. We can actually have an else statement at the end of our if statement, which will do something if this is not true. So if x is 1, then we're going to alert that. If it's not, we'll alert x is not 1. Simple as that. So now when we run it, we get x is not 1. And of course, if we change it back to 1, we'll get x is equal to 1. So this is obviously a very simplistic example and may seem a little bit inane. So let's try and link it with something that we might have in a real web page. So something that almost every web app needs to do at some point is to log you in. And obviously if statements are absolutely crucial to that. So you're going to expect the user to enter username and password, and then you're going to use an if statement to see if the username is correct and the password is correct, then log the user in. If not, give them some sort of error message. So we're going to create a very minimal login system, and I'm actually going to set to you this as a challenge. So rather than have a username and a password, we're going to have a magic word. Now you can set that magic word to be whatever you like, but what I want is for our page to say what is the magic word, and then have a text input for the user to enter it, and a button when they're done, and then an alert to tell them whether or not they've got it right. Simple as that. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. So let's have a paragraph tag saying what is the magic word. And then on the next line, we'll have an input with a type of text and an ID of magic word. And then on the final line, we'll have our button with an ID of check magic word, because that's what we're going to do when the button is pressed. And we'll have enter on our button. There we go. Oh yeah, and we've still got our code running, so x is still 1. Excellent. That looks good. So now we've written the content of our page. Let's write the logic. So we only want our logic to happen when the button is pressed. So we know how to do that now, hopefully. Document.getElementById. The ID of the button is check magic word. And we want to set onClick to be equal to a function that we're going to make, and then we put that function in curly brackets. So first off, as always, I'm just going to alert something just to make sure that everything's connected up right. There we go. So definitely recommend always writing your JavaScript step by step like this, not doing it all in one go. So now what we're going to need to do is get the value of whatever the user has typed so we can check it against our magic word. So let's create a variable for that. And I'm going to call it magic word entered. And I'm going to set that equal to the value of this text input. So remember, the text input has an ID of magic word. So we'll use document.getElementById. magic word, and we want to get the value of that. So as we did in the previous video, dot value to get the value of that. And once again, because I like things happening really step by step, I'm just going to alert the value of that to make sure that everything once again is wired up correctly. So let's just put in ASDF, ASDF. Brilliant. Step by step, you're much less likely to go wrong, much easier to fix it if you do go wrong. All right, the second variable I'm going to create is the actual magic word, because I want to keep this not kind of embedded deeply in my code. I might want to change it at some point. So I'm going to have abracadabra as my magic word for obvious reasons. And now what we want to do is set up our if statement. And it's pretty straightforward, hopefully. So if, and then parentheses. So if magic word entered is equal to, and remember we need the double equals because we're checking whether or not it's equal to rather than setting it equal to. So if that's equal to magic word, we'll just alert something like, you got it. And then obviously, if this was a real kind of web page, we'd add some logic for either logging the user in or doing whatever it is that this page is supposed to do when the user gets the magic word correct. And if it's not, we'll alert, nope, try again. There we go. So that should do it. Let's find out. So let's get it right first off. Abracadabra. Enter, you got it. Fantastic. And then if we enter anything else, nope, try again. Brilliant. So I hope you managed to do that more or less by yourself. Hopefully this gives you a clear idea of why if statements are so important. Essentially, they allow us to do something on a certain condition happening. And that's absolutely central to the idea of programming. And in fact, now that we know about if statements, we're capable of building some basic JavaScript games. And we're going to do that in the next video, where we'll make a simple game called How Many Fingers? Alright, so in this video we're going to have a little bit of fun with if statements and create this very simple game where we simulate the age-old game of how many fingers am I holding up. So it's going to look like this. We'll ask the user how many fingers am I holding up, and they simply have to guess a number between 0 and 5. So if I guess 4, for example, oh, I get it wrong, the number was 0. If I guess 2 on the next one, nope, the number was 5. You get the idea. I'll just do one more guess. Nope, wrong again. Oh well. So this is what we're creating. And as you may notice, there's one fairly crucial new bit of code that we need that we haven't covered yet, and that is random numbers. We haven't seen how we can generate a random number with JavaScript, but I'm going to set that as a bit of a challenge. So if you're feeling confident, then just have a Google and see if you can work out how you create a random number which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. The information is already there. And as I've said before, the art of coding is really about 80% looking stuff up on Google, so you might as well get used to it early on in the process. Don't worry though, if you can't find the information or can't quite make it work, I'll explain that at the beginning of the process as I go through making up the game. So best of luck, hope it goes well. Alright, did you manage it? I'm going to start by just taking us down to our basic code structure so we can start from scratch. So let's start by looking at that random number generator that I mentioned. What we want is a random number between 0 and 5 to represent the number of fingers that the computer's imaginary hand might be holding up. So let's do a little Google. JavaScript random number 0 to 5. Something like that. Because it's such a general query, we might even be able to have something as specific as between 0 and 5. So here we go, generating random numbers in JavaScript in a specific range. That sounds perfect. Good old Stack Overflow. So how can I generate a random whole number between two specified values in JavaScript? Perfect. Let's have a look. Now that looks like a great answer, but it's using functions and returning, and we haven't seen anything like that yet. So I'm going to ignore that one and see if we can find a simpler example. No, not really. Still got functions here. Okay, now this is looking good. So this code should return a random number between 1 and 10. So let's see if we can break it up and see what's going on. I think the key command here is this math.random. Definitely seems to be generating a random number. So why not take that bit of the code, math.random, with the parentheses, because it's a function, so it's going to need those, and just see what happens when we run it. It looks like it's going to generate some sort of random number. So for now, let's just alert it and see what we get. Right, 0.48. Okay, let's run it again. 0.14. Right. Okay, I think I get the idea. I think what this is doing is generating a random number between 0 and 1. And I could verify that if I wanted by just Googling the math_random function and seeing what information I could get about it. So, if this is generating a random number between 0 and 1, and I want a random number between 0 and 5, I probably just want to take this and multiply it by 5. And we do that in JavaScript using the asterisk or Shift 8 on my keyboard, and then the number that we want to multiply by. So this will create a random number between 0 and 1 and multiply it by 5. So that will give us a bigger random number between 0 and 5. So we've got 2.5, 1.2, 4.1, 3.4. We're getting the idea. This is looking good. The only problem we have so far is that this is a very precise random number, and it's unlikely the user is going to be able to guess it. So what we want to do is get a whole number out of that. And going back to our Stack Overflow answer here, this math.floor function looks like it does exactly that. If I wanted, I could look up that function, but what I'd rather do is just try it out and see what happens. So math.floor, and let's apply that to all of this. And now run it. Oh, I've got an error of some sort. Oh, yep, that's because I need a second bracket at the end there. Okay, so now I've got 1, 0, 4, 0. This is looking good. Okay, so what it's looking like is that this floor function essentially gets rid of the decimal point. So if you've got 3.521, then that will give you 3. And again, I could check that with a quick Google if I wanted to. So this is looking very good. The only issue is, what we're never going to get out of this is the number 5. Because the biggest that we're going to get from our math_random times 5 is 5. And even that is extremely unlikely that we get exactly 5. So if we want to get a random number between 0 and 5, we need to change this to times by 6. And then the random number will go between 0 and 6. And then the math floor will take it down to between 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's as far as I think you need to go on the explanation of how we generate our random number. Now I'm going to give you the opportunity to create the game using code that you are familiar with. Good luck. All right, here we go then. Let's go from the start, and let's start with the HTML so that we know what our page is going to look like. So I'm going to start with a paragraph asking the user, how many fingers am I holding up? So you might want to add a bit more information there just to clarify that essentially you're guessing a random number between 0 and 5, but I'll just leave it at that. Then we're going to have on the next line an input with a type of text. and an ID of guess, because this is going to be where the user guesses, and then straight after that I'll put my button with an ID of check guess, because that's what we're going to do when the button is clicked, and then guess. Let's have it with a capital G. All right, let's have a look. Okay, yep, that looks good to me. So the user's going to tap in there, guess 4, and then click that button to see if they're right. Okay, so now we've done the content, it's time for some logic. So again, we want this logic to happen when the button is pressed. So we're going to start by setting our onClick for our button. So we've got document.getElementById, as we're very used to. The ID is check guess to get the button, and then we want to set onClick to a function that we'll create in curly brackets. And as usual, I'll just check that everything's set up okay. Yeah, brilliant. All right, so let's start by generating our random number. I'm going to create a variable to contain it, and I'll call it random number. And I could create it all in one go, but then we get that sort of slightly confusing code that looks like this. And I don't really want something like that. I want something a little bit clearer. So I'm going to create it step by step, starting off by just doing math.random. So far our random number is anything between 0 and 1. So first off, I want to make it between 0 and 6. So what I do is I take random number and I set it equal to whatever it was before multiplied by 6, as we saw a few moments ago. So now we've got a random number between 0 and 6. We want to make that into a whole number between 0 and 5. And we use the mathFloor function for that. So now we take random number again and we set it equal to math.floor random number. So if it's 5.3, it will become 5. If it's 0.89, it'll become 0, etc. So now we've got our random number in a format that we want it. So now it's just a matter of checking to see whether the guess is the same as our answer. So let's find out if the guess, so that is document.getElementById, and the ID is guess, and then we want to get the value of the input. So if that is equal to random number, then we'll alert, well done, you got it, something like that. And if it's not, then we'll alert nope. And we'll tell the user what it was so that they feel like we're not just lying to them. The number was, and then hopefully you'll remember from a few videos ago when we concatenated our strings or put them together. And we're going to put random number on the end of that. So that will say nope, the number was, and then it will display whatever the random number was. All right, let's take a look. So it should work in its current form. So I'm going to guess 3. Surprisingly enough, I got it wrong. The number was 5. I'm going to keep guessing 3 until I get it right. Nope, the number was 2. Nope, the number was 1. Nope, the number was 4. Nope, the number was 0. Oh, we could be here for a while. So yeah, this is not the best game that anyone's ever made. Gosh, I'm unlucky. Hey, I got there in the end. Brilliant. So I hope you managed to make that more or less by yourself. there's obviously quite a few ways you could take this to make it a bit more interesting. So just to give you a few ideas if you want to experiment, at the moment we're generating a random number each time, so the user only has one guess. But what you could do is generate the random number at the beginning when the page is loaded, and then allow the user to have several guesses just for that random number. And then it would be a challenge of how many guesses it would take to get there. You could even use the greater or less than signs. So that is signs that look like that greater than and that less than, to tell the user whether they're too high or too low. That would be a great challenge and make the game quite a bit more interesting as well. But I will leave those challenges to you, and we will move on in the next video to the second most important way of affecting the logic or flow of our program, and that is loops. So along with if statements, a second fundamental way of altering the flow or the logic of your code is a loop. And we're going to look at two different types of loop, and the first one is the for loop. So loops are a little bit tricky to explain until you see them in action, and then they really are quite straightforward. Essentially, they allow you to run certain lines of code again and again, doing usually something slightly different each time. So let's see how we set up a for loop. We use the command for to start off our loop, and then we need to add some information for our for loop. And first off, we create a counter variable which counts each time we go through the loop. So we usually create that with var, and the standard letter that we use for counting is I. That's been used since the very early days of computing. It's likely because I is short for index. So it's the index which counts how many times we've gone through the loop. And then we set that value to something initially, and usually we start with 0. So we've created our counter variable I, and we've set it equal to 0 so far. Then we use a semicolon, interestingly not to end the command, but just to end that little bit of it and give the next instruction, which is how many times we're going to do the loop. So if we want to do the loop 5 times, for example, we would keep on going as long as I is less than 5. So the first time I is going to be 0, then the next time it's going to be 1, next time it's going to be 2, next time it's going to be 3, then 4. So that will be our 5 times. So that's the instruction to keep going as long as I is less than 5. The final instruction, the third and final instruction, is what to do to I each time. And the usual thing is to add 1 to I. So it becomes 0, 1, 2, 3 each time you've gone through the loop. There are 2 ways to do that. The most kind of obvious way is to do that. So each time you go through the loop, take I and set it to the old value of I plus 1. So that essentially increments I each time. That's a bit wordy though, and we use it a lot in loops. So there's a shortcut way of doing it, which is I++, which is quite a neat way of saying just add 1 to I. And that works in pretty much every programming language. So it's a pretty cool thing to learn. All right, so now we've set up our loop. It starts off with our counter variable equal to 0. It adds 1 to our counter variable each time, and it keeps going as long as our counter variable is less than 5. So then we need to give the instructions of what we want to happen each time the loop takes place. And just like with functions, we do this in curly brackets. So the same as if statements as well. And for now, all we'll do is alert the value of I. So this should give us 0, and then 1, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, and then stop. With any luck. Let's take a look. So yep, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, stop. Brilliant. So that's the long and the short of it really. Let's just play around with it a little bit to get you thinking. If we change that to a 3 and that to a 7, can you tell me what this is going to alert? Go for it. Did you get it right? Let's see. So it starts at 3, then 4, then 5, then 6, then stop, because it keeps going as long as it's less than 7. All right, here's a challenge for you. Can you change it so that it, instead of going up by 1 each time, it goes down by 1 each time, and we get 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Go for it. Hope you managed that. So we're going to start with I is equal to 5. We want to keep going as long as I is greater than 0, because we want 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then stop. And instead of I++, hopefully you guessed this, to decrease by 1 each time, we use I minus minus. So this should give us 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brilliant. All right, feel free to play around with that much more and see if you can find different ways of doing things. But I'm actually going to combine for loops and arrays, because they are really a match made in heaven. Going back to our example when we introduced arrays of tweets, if we want to display all the tweets and we don't know how many there are, what we're going to need to do is loop through the array. So we start with the first tweet, display that, move on to the second tweet, display that, etc., etc. And that's actually really easy to do with loops. So let's set up our array of tweets. I can't remember what my inane tweets were last time. Something like this. I love cornflakes, and we'll have one more. Let's say it's night night and a smiley face. Lovely. I quite like this guy. All right. So I'm going to set this as a challenge then. Can you display or alert each of the values in this tweets array using the loop? Go for it. Okay, hope you managed it. All we need to do is set I back to 0 at the beginning. And we want to keep going. So remember, this is the 0th tweet. This is tweet number 1. And this is tweet number 2. So we want to keep going as long as I is less than 3. Because we want I to be 0, 1, 2, and then stop. And of course, we want I to go up by 1 each time. So I'll change that back to I++. And then we're going to alert tweets. But which item do we want? We want the ith item. So this will be tweets 0 the first time round, tweets 1 the second time round, and tweets 2 the third time round. So let's have a look and see if that works. Hi everyone comes up first. Excellent. I love cornflakes. And then night night. Brilliant. I hope you managed something like that. Now, extra bonus points for you if you realized that in our Twitter program, as we've mentioned, we don't necessarily know how many tweets there are going to be. So what we can do is change this 3 here to, as we saw in the arrays video, we can use tweets.length to give us the number of tweets in the array. So tweets.length at the moment is 1, 2, 3. But the great advantage of the code as it is now is that I could add a 4th tweet. Let's say sweet dreams. Oh, and I forgot my semicolon there as well. And then without updating this code at all, it will now display, with any luck, all 4 tweets. So 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. So that's how we loop through an array with a for loop. And that is a really useful thing to be able to do with pretty much any web app or website that we're working on. Little final challenge for you then. Can you change this code so that instead of alerting all of the tweets, it displays each of them on a separate line? Go for it. All right, I hope you managed that. Not that easy, but not too tricky either. Let's create a div for our tweets, which I'll give an ID of tweet div. And then what I'm going to do is create a variable called tweet string, which is going to hold the HTML for my tweets. And then at the very end, I'll update the tweet div ID to have the content of tweet string. So each time we go through the loop, I'm going to take tweet string and I'm going to set it equal to whatever it was before. So tweet string. And then I'm just going to remember that I've got the equals incorrectly placed there. So that's var tweet string. So we're taking tweet string and we're setting it equal to whatever it was before plus, and we're going to need a paragraph tag and then the tweet item itself. So tweets I, and then we'll close the paragraph tag. So this will add a paragraph containing the new tweet to tweet string. And finally, when we're done, I'm going to take my tweet div and add the HTML to it. So document.getElementById. The ID is tweet div. And we want to set the inner HTML of that to be equal to tweet string. All right, let's take a look. Oh, okay. Now this is good. I've got everything that I wanted and it's on separate lines, but I've got this interesting undefined up here. So have a quick moment to think about why we might have this undefined at the top there. Did you get it? It's because even though we've created the variable tweet string, we haven't set it equal to anything. So at the moment, when we define it, it's equal to undefined because it's not been set equal to anything. So the first time we do this, we're taking tweet string and we're setting it equal to tweet string, which doesn't have any value. So that's why we've got this weird undefined at the very beginning there, and then we're adding other stuff to it. So the lesson from that is you should always give your variables a value, even if it's just an empty string. So this tells JavaScript that we're going to start off with an empty string and then we're going to add some information to it later on. So if we now run that again, we should find that the undefined disappears. Great. I hope you managed to do most of that by yourself, and I hope you're beginning to see the power that we can get by combining for loops and arrays for displaying large amounts of data in our websites. Good stuff. Now, as I mentioned, there are two types of loops, and we've looked at for loops here, but actually my favorite type of loop is a while loop, and we'll see how that differs and why we might use each different type in the next video. Alright, so now we've seen how for loops can be used to cycle through arrays. We'll see how we can do exactly the same thing with a while loop. And then we'll see a different example that shows the situation that you might prefer using a while loop rather than a for loop. So I'm going to take what we've got here and just turn it into a while loop first off from a for loop. And that should hopefully make it pretty clear how while loops work. So remember, with a for loop, we start off with stating that I is initially 0, and then we keep going as long as I is less than the number of tweets or the number of items in this array, and we increase I by 1 every time. So to do that with a while loop, we would set I to be 0 outside the loop this time, and then we get rid of our for instructions and replace that with a while, and then all we state in the definition of our loop is the condition for the while loop to continue. So while I is less than, and again, tweets dot length. So this will now keep going as long as I is less than tweets dot length. What we don't have yet is an instruction to increase I by 1 every time. And that is now a complete while loop, which will do exactly the same thing as the for loop that we had before. So let's just check. Yep, there we go. We get exactly the same output, but you can see the logic is a little bit different. We're defining our counter variable first, then we're saying keep going as long as our counter variable is less than this, and then each time the loop goes through, we're manually adding 1 to I. So it's the same thing, but structured slightly differently. I actually prefer while loops generally because they're a bit more flexible, but in most cases when you're using a for loop, you could use a while loop. It's up to you. So when might a while loop be a good idea? Well, to demonstrate that, I'm going to go back to our How Many Fingers app, but I'm going to turn it around. So instead of us guessing how many fingers the computer is holding up, the computer has to guess how many fingers we're holding up. And essentially, I'm going to set it up so we state how many fingers we're holding up, and then the computer keeps taking random guesses until it gets it right, and then it tells you how many guesses it took. So I'm going to set this as an optional challenge. So it's quite a tricky one, but we're not going to do any Googling. There's no new information here. It's just using while loops in a more advanced way. So I'll give you a moment to pause the video and give it a shot if you're feeling confident. All right, I hope that went well. Don't worry if it didn't, it was a tricky one, as I said. So I'm going to start by saying, how many fingers are you, that is the user of the website, holding up? And then we'll have an input with a type of text and an ID of, let's call it my number. And then a button that says guess. And we'll give that an ID of guess. That's it. So the idea is that we'll say 3 and then the computer will have to guess. So as usual, we want the action to commence when the guess button is pressed. So we'll set that up, document.getElementById, guess, and then we want to add an onClick to that, which is our usual function, and then curly brackets. And then I'm not going to do a check immediately this time because I'm pretty confident about that, but I'll set up a variable, my number, which is going to equal whatever the user has entered. So that's going to be document.getElementById, and the ID is my number, and we want the value of that, as we've seen before. And I'm just going to alert my number, just because I don't want to do too much before we know that everything's set up okay. Brilliant. That's looking good. So now we're going to get the computer to choose a random number between 0 and 5. So we've done this before. So we'll call this guess, and that's initially going to be math.random. Then we multiply it by 6. And then we use math floor to make it a whole number between 0 and 5. All right, then we want to do a check to see if the computer got it right. So if guess is equal to my number, then the computer got it right. So for now, I'm just going to put a little comment in there saying computer is correct, else computer is wrong. So what we want to happen is we want this to go on and on and on until we get to here. The computer is correct. And then we want to tell the user how many goes it took. So what I'm going to do is set up a variable called gotIt. And this is going to be a new type of variable that we haven't seen before, which is called a Boolean. And a Boolean variable is either true or false. So initially, gotIt is false because the computer hasn't got it yet. And then when it has got it, we'll set got it to true. So this is the clever bit. We're going to keep going as long as got it is false. And we're actually going to keep doing all of this until got it is no longer false. So let's indent that so that we can see this is all part of the while loop. So remember, the computer gets it at this point if guess is equal to my number. So at this point, we will set got it is equal to true. And we also want to alert got it. And now if they're wrong, we want to just add 1 to the number of guesses so that we know how many guesses the computer has had. So let's set that number of guesses. So we'll start off at 1 because it's going to take the computer at least 1 guess. And then if the computer gets it wrong, we'll add 1 to the number of guesses. So take a moment just to see the logic of this. As long as got it is false, we're going to go round and round. Oh, in fact, there's a slight problem there because I closed my curly bracket. Yep, that's better. So as long as got it is false, we're going to go round and round, keep guessing until got it becomes true. And then we won't do it again. So you can hopefully see one big advantage of this is that while loops can have varying lengths. Now that is true for for loops as well, but while loops are kind of set up for that more naturally. So this is simply going to keep going until the computer gets it right. So let's just justify that we've got it right by telling the user what it was. So it was a, and then we could use either guess or my number here. They're both the same, doesn't really matter. I'll use guess. And then we need to say, it took me, and then let's just expand this so we can see it clearly. Number of guesses. So hopefully that makes sense. We're going to say got it, it was a, and then whatever the number was, it took me number of guesses. So let's have a look. I've done quite a lot there without checking, so fingers crossed it worked. So let's try 3 and guess. Got it. It was a 3. It took me 9 guesses. Sounds about right. 2. It took me 2 guesses. Excellent. So it looks like our system is working. Fantastic. All right. So that's how our while loop here works and how potentially it can go on until something happens. We don't necessarily have to state how many times it's going to happen in advance. It does give me the opportunity for a quick warning though. And when you use while loops like this, we need to be careful that our while loop is not going to potentially go on forever. Now, we're guessing continual random numbers here. So there's a very small possibility we could go on for ages and ages before the computer gets it right, but that's pretty unlikely and I'd be willing to let that go. But as we've got a free input here, the user could enter a 6, for example. And if we press guess now, something very bad is going to happen. And essentially what we've done is we've crashed the browser because the computer's never going to get it because the computer only guesses 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. So it's not going to guess 6. So we'd have to have a check in place. I'm just going to restart that page. Hopefully it'll let me. But we should definitely have a check to make sure that the user has entered 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. There we go. It's even become unresponsive. Yikes. We definitely want to avoid that. So a better option here would be a drop down. So my final challenge for you for this video is to change the input to a drop down or a select, which only allows the user to enter 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 or 5. Go for it. All right, I hope you remembered how to do it. I've actually realized that I've forgotten to close the paragraph as well, so let's do that. So instead of an input, we're going to have a select. The ID will remain the same, but then we'll have our options. So we've got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's put those in. There we go. End the select and then have our button. And I think we slightly need to actually put the paragraph down there. There we go. So let's take a look. This now is cleaner and there should be no way that this should crash. One final way that you could be absolutely certain would be to have a check at some point to see if the number of guesses was bigger than 100 or something like that. And if that was the case, then something's probably gone wrong. That'd be a good way to make absolutely sure this thing wasn't going to crash. Alright, so that's a good use of while loops. You'll be pleased to hear that you've nearly made it to the end of the JavaScript section. We've got one more video on functions coming up next, and then we're going to be making our big JavaScript project, which is a reaction tester. Alright, we're nearly there at the end of this section, but there's one more important JavaScript concept I want to get across before we go and make our reaction tester. And that is functions. So we've already kind of looked at functions already. So we've created a function which is just a chunk of code that happens at a certain time. And we've made this code to happen when that button is clicked. But we can also create our own functions that do whatever we want. So I'm going to get rid of the text that's there for the moment. And this, but we will come back to this because we're going to be remaking this with functions at the end of this video. But for now, let's just see how we define a very basic function. So to define a function, we use the keyword function, and then we call the function whatever we want. So I'm going to make a very basic function that just sends an alert. So I'm going to call it alert me. And then we use parentheses as part of our function definition. This one, I'm not going to send any information to it. I'm just going to call it. So we've just got empty parentheses as we've seen before. And all this function is going to do is alert, hi there, Rob. And that's it. So at the moment, that won't do anything because all I've done is defined the function. I haven't actually done this request yet. So if I wanted to do it, all I would do is use the command alert me to run the function alert me. So that will now alert, hi there, Rob. So you might ask, why would we bother doing this? It's a little bit of a complicated way of just doing that. Well, the main thing is what you'll probably find when you're writing bigger, more complicated websites is that there are certain things that you want to do again and again. And what is generally a really bad idea is writing code and then copying and pasting that code into different portions of your JavaScript. Much better is to collect that code together into a function and then just call that function whenever you want to do that thing. So if you are making a game, for example, you might have a function that moves the main character. And then when a key is pressed, then it calls that function and moves them in a certain direction. Or you might have a function getTweets, which gets the latest tweets for a particular user, and then the program can display them wherever you want them. So they're essentially a way of keeping your code better organized, more easily updatable, and easier to read. As a general rule, if you find yourself writing the same command twice, it's probably better to put it in a function. So functions can obviously do a lot more than just alert things. And as we've seen, they can receive values as well. So let's see how we receive those values. Let's say, for example, I'm writing a website which requires me to average numbers a lot. So take two numbers and find the average of them. So if I wanted to find the average of x and y, let's say I've got an x which is 5 and a y which is 10. Obviously I could do x plus y and then put that in brackets and divide it by 2. That would give me the average of those two. But if I was doing that again and again and again, I'd probably want to store that code somewhere else, so I didn't have it in lots of different places in my app. So how could we do that with a function? Well, let's change this function to be called average. And this function is now going to need two numbers, because it can't tell you the average of the numbers unless you tell the function what the numbers are. So within our function, let's call these numbers a and b. And that means that whenever we call this function average now, we're going to need to pass two numbers to it. So then our function is going to take the two numbers, add them together, and divide them by 2, just like we said here. And what we're going to want is the result to be given back once the function is complete. And we do that using the keyword return. And then we put whatever value we want to return in brackets, like that. So what this will now do is allow us to call the function average with two numbers, and then it will return the value of those two numbers added together and divided by 2. So let's see it in action. Let's alert the average of x and y. Let's have a look. The answer is 7.5. So this is calling the function average with the two numbers x and y, and then the code will jump over here to average, and then it will do the calculation, add them together and divide by 2, and then it will return that here. So essentially it replaces this with the number that it finds when it adds them together and divides them by 2. So again, a fairly trivial example, but you can imagine some code where you're averaging a lot. It's a lot simpler to have your average function outside and then just look at this and you'll say, oh, what I'm doing there is finding the average of the two of them. So that's how we use functions to receive and return values of things. Let's jump back using Command Z to our number guessing game and see how we can redefine this in terms of functions. Now this code is not particularly complicated. We can follow it through and just about see what's going on, but it might make more sense to extract the guessing part of it as a function. So let's see how that might look. So at the beginning of my code, I'm going to define function, and I'll call it do a guess. And the only information the function needs is the correct answer. So we'll call that correct answer. And that's what we'll refer to it as in the function. So the bit that we want to extract then is this bit here. So I'm just going to copy all of that and I'll make some changes while we're in. So we're going to create our guess variable and we're going to multiply it by 6 and use floor to make it a whole number. And what we're going to do is check to see if guess is equal to not my number this time, but correct answer, because that's what we're calling it within this function. And what we're going to do is if we've got it right, then we'll return true, which is, remember, a Boolean. And if we've got it wrong, we'll return false. So what we're essentially doing is siloing a certain chunk of code or piece of logic into its own section of our code. Doesn't change a great deal, and in this case it doesn't make it a lot more efficient, but hopefully you can see that it makes a bit more sense to have this separate. So now I no longer need this chunk of code because the guess is all happening inside the function up here. So instead of checking whether guess is equal to my number, I'm going to check whether do a guess is equal to true, not false. And remember, I need to send the correct answer to do a guess, and the correct answer is my number here. So the logic is still the same, but the structure of the code is now a bit different, and the do a guess section of the code is taken out of the main body. So whether you think that's better than it was before is a matter of opinion, but definitely when your code gets more complicated, you'll find that taking chunks out into functions just makes it so much easier to manage. One more quick change before we run it is this variable guess is now only defined inside this function. And this is something called scope, which we'll look at in much greater detail as we go on in the course. But essentially, if a variable is defined inside a function, it will only be available inside that function. So we can't use the variable guess down here, but that's not a problem because we have the correct answer in another variable, my number. So let's just use my number instead. All right, let's just have a look and make sure that things work. Yep, 2 guesses, looks good. 5, 8 guesses, looks like it's doing the right thing. So it's the same code, just restructured in the form of a function. So congratulations, you've made it to the end of the main part of the JavaScript section of the course, but we still have our exciting reaction tester where we're going to put all of this together coming up next. Congratulations on making it to the end of the JavaScript section of this course. You've covered a huge amount. You've gone from pretty much zero knowledge of JavaScript to understanding how to make your JavaScript interact with your HTML, how to make your pages behave as you want them, and then how to create complex code structures using variables, arrays, loops, and if statements. In this video, we're going to put all of that together to make a great fun reaction tester. And this is how it's going to work. So we've got nice instructions at the top there, and all it's going to do is measure how long it takes for you to click on the box after it appears. So once I click there, that took me quite a long time. That was quite a bit quicker. And now we're keeping the speed pretty high. So you can see we've got a lot of randomness here. It's randomly positioned, it's randomly sized, it's randomly colored, and it's randomly a square or a circle. So there's a lot of randomness built in there. And there are a couple of new things that we haven't seen. So we haven't used timers before. We're using timers both to measure the length of time and to have a bit of a random delay before the next square or circle appears. So those two things are new, and we haven't used random colors before either. But all three of those are pretty accessible with a quick Google. So I definitely recommend you have a good go at making this one yourself. As always though, if you have any problems, you can just watch me do it and see if you would have done it a different way. So I'll give you a minute now to pause the video and give it a shot. Best of luck. So I'm going to start off by keeping things fairly simple, and I'm just going to have a simple red square, which we'll then click on to make disappear. So much like our disappearing circles program from a few videos ago. So this should be pretty straightforward. I'm going to call it shape because I know that it's going to be a circle later on as well. And then in the head, we'll have a bit of style with a type of text / CSS, and then we'll select our shape ID and we'll go for a width of 200 pixels and a height of 200 pixels and a background color of red. Okay, lovely. There we go. Next then is the challenge to make it so that when we click on it, it disappears. Shouldn't be too bad. So document.getElementById as we're used to. The ID is shape. And we want to add an onClick and set it equal to a function. And all we want that function to do is to make the shape disappear. And we do that using, again, document.getElementById, shape. And hopefully you'll remember from an earlier video that we do style.display and we set that equal to none. Okay, let's take a look. That didn't work, I suspect, because we need the none to be in quotes. Hey, there we go. So well done if you didn't make that mistake. All right, now the main new thing, as I mentioned here, is the idea of a timer, which we haven't introduced, but let's see if we can have a Google and figure something out. So I'll go for something like JavaScript timer, JavaScript timing events. That looks promising, and it's good old W3 schools as well. So we want to work out how long it takes before the user has tapped on the square. Now, set timeout executes a function after waiting a specified number of milliseconds. We will need that actually later on when we want to make the square appear after a random period of time, but that's not what we need at the moment. At the moment, we need a timer to measure how long it takes. And I don't think this page is going to give me that. Okay, maybe I need to be a bit more detailed in my Googling. I'm going to leave that live though, because we'll need it later on. Let's try JavaScript measure time, something like that. Measuring time taken for a function to execute. Okay, we don't quite want to measure how long it takes a function, but we do want to measure how much time has passed, and this is now looking very promising. So it looks like we can use the date.getTime function to get the current time, and then we can use it again later on to work out the difference. Fantastic. Okay, so let's try that out in our code. So I'll make it so that the time is first measured when the page is loaded, and then when we click, we want to get a new time. So we'll call this end. And then, according to this code, we just subtract the two, and then that should give us the time that's passed in milliseconds. So we'll call this time taken, and that is end minus start. And then let's just do an alert for now. Alert time taken. All right. Let's have a look. And actually we want to make it disappear straight away, so we'll do that before we do any alerting or anything else. Okay, let's see. So if we click on there, 1976, that sounds about right. So that's just under 2 seconds. If I do it quicker, we get a smaller number. Brilliant. So first off, bear in mind that this is in milliseconds. So let's divide it by 1,000 to get the time in seconds. And let's also add a paragraph which is going to contain the time. We don't want it alerting every time. And the way I'll do that is with a span. I'll call it time taken. There we go. And it doesn't need to have any content initially. We're just going to fill it in here. So instead of alerting time taken, we're going to find the time taken by its ID. So get element by ID and time taken. So that will get the span. And then we want to set the inner HTML of that span to be time taken. And then we want to have an S to make it clear that this is seconds we're talking about. All right, let's take a look. So now, instead of alerting, it should display my time there. Brilliant. Okay, so now we've got our basic functionality in place, Our next challenge is to get our shape to appear after a certain number of seconds. So as it happens, the first Google link that I clicked on showed us how to do that. So this is the set timeout method. I always prefer looking at the examples rather than the kind of definition. I think they make it a bit clearer. And here, so we can use set timeout to run my function after 3 seconds or 3000 milliseconds. Fantastic, that's exactly what we want to do. And we know all about functions because we learned about them in the previous video. So let's set up our function first off. Don't know why I copied that really, I didn't need to. We could have typed that out ourselves, but we've got it now. So my function is a little bit vague. We want it to make shape appear. So we do this using document.getElementById, and once again it's shape, and we set the display again, but this time not to none, but to a different option which will make it appear. Now, we haven't done that before, so we should just check. I think something like this. Okay, that one looks promising. Hide and reveal text and graphics. We already know how to hide it. We just need to make it display. And there we go. So style display is none, we've already used. So style display is block. That's what we need to make it display. So that essentially brings it back into the flow of the page again by giving it a display property of block. Okay, so that will make the shape appear. We also want to start the timer at that point. So what I'm going to do is I'll define my start up there, and then I'll update it when the shape appears. So this will run as soon as the page runs, and because the start variable is defined out here and then the function is defined within that, we'll be able to use the start variable inside that function. So again, this is about scope. Anything that's defined inside the function can't be used outside the function, but things that are defined outside the function can be used inside the function. I hope that makes sense. And then we just need a command to make the shape appear after, let's say, 1 second for the moment. And it looks like the command that we need for that is set timeout, and then the name of the function, and then the number of milliseconds. So let's do that here. So I don't want to run my function, I want to run make shape appear. And let's do it after 1000 milliseconds. Alright, so hopefully that makes sense. If not, just go back and watch the last few seconds again, because we did quite a lot of new stuff there. One thing I will need to change is I'll need to actually hide the square before we start, otherwise making it appear won't make any difference. Alright, let's take a look. So fingers crossed, the shape will now appear after 1 second. There we go. And it will then count the counter from when it appears. So this is the first time that the reaction timer actually works. Let's see how quick I can get there. 0.2 seconds, not bad. See if you can do better than that. Alright, so I'm happy with how things are going at the moment. Next, I'm going to make it so the amount of time that it takes for the square to appear is not fixed. So we've got 1000 here, so let's make it a random number instead. So I think we can pop that straight in here. We know how to create a random number. So this will create a random number between 0 and 1. We need to decide the maximum length of time that we want for this to appear. So we don't want it to be 10 minutes, otherwise the user is going to get very bored. So let's say 2 seconds for now. So this will give a random number between 0 and 2000. So up to 2 seconds. Let's just check that that works. Yep, looks promising. I think that was different to before. We'll have to wait and see. All right, so we're moving along pretty quickly here. We've got our random time. The main issue, of course, is that it only happens once, and then the game is over, which isn't great. But that's actually really easy to fix because of the way that we've set up this function. So now all we need to do is when the user clicks on the shape is to run the function make shape appear again, and then this will make the shape appear. One problem though is that that's going to do it immediately. So as soon as I click on it, it's going to reappear immediately. So there's two solutions to that. Either I could bring in the set timeout method here as well, or I could bring the set timeout method into the function. And hopefully, if you've been listening carefully to what I've been saying about functions, you'll want to do the second one, because we avoid having the same code twice in our script if we possibly can. So it makes more sense, I think, to set up another function, with a small f, which I'll call, say, appear after delay. And then that's where we'll put our instruction to make the shape appear. And then instead of calling that directly, we'll have appear after delay there, and also appear after delay inside our click code as well. So hopefully that makes more sense. If you can imagine, an immediate benefit of that is that if we didn't do it that way, we'd have to have the set timeout method twice. So if we wanted to change the maximum from 2 seconds to 5 seconds, for example, then we'd have to change that in 2 places, which isn't a nice thing to have to do. So I think it makes more sense to keep it as it is. All right then, let's have a look. So we should get a bit of a delay. Oh no, a bit too much of a delay there, because I've forgotten the parentheses. Always a parentheses when you've got a function that you're using. Let's try that again. Okay. Fantastic. That's working really well. Brilliant. So now we're going to make the game a little trickier by moving the square around. And as always, there's a few ways that you could do this, but I'm going to do it with positioning. So you'll remember, hopefully, that if we set our position to relative, then we can do things like setting the top to 100 pixels, which will shift it down 100 pixels. And we can also set the left to, say, 200 pixels, which will shift it right, or give it a left margin of 200 pixels. So what we want to do is to introduce an element of randomness with the top and left. So we'll do that in the make shape appear. And you should be able to guess really how we do that with JavaScript. We get the shape in the usual way, and then we're affecting its style here. And we're affecting the top. And we're going to set the top just before we introduce any randomness. Let's just set the top to 50 pixels. And then we'll just check. It should be down 50 pixels. There we go. So we have moved it down a certain number of pixels using JavaScript. But we want that to be a random number. So let's get rid of our 50 and let's bring in a variable. I'll call it top. And this is going to be the number of pixels. And we want that to be a random number. So math random. And if that's 50 pixels, let's say up to a maximum of 400 pixels. And then we just use top plus and then px on the end to be clear that it's pixels that we want to move it. So now it should be in a random position vertically each time. There we go. Excellent. So now it's just the same thing with left. So let's have a left, which is math.random times, let's go for 400 again. And then we want to do exactly the same thing. Get the shape element by its ID, and this time we'll set the style dot left, and that's going to be left, and then pixels on the end to give our units. So now it should be randomly positioned both vertically and horizontally. Brilliant. We're really getting there. Okay. While we're really into our randomness, I want to give it a random size as well. So let's give it a random width of, let's go up to 400 pixels. That's going to potentially let it be really small, but let's see how that works out. And then once again, get the element and set its width to width plus px, and I'll set the height to the same thing because I don't think we want sort of strange shaped boxes. I want to keep them all as squares. So let's see what effect that has. Yeah, I quite like that. I think that makes it interesting. Okay, 400 may be a little bit large. Let's go for 300. All right, so really it's now just a matter of refining the game a little bit. And one thing I definitely want is a random color generator. So this is again something we haven't done before. So let's see what we can get from a Google. Random color generator in JavaScript. That looks pretty good. Let's have a look. Okay, fantastic. So this looks like it does what we want. Let's just run through it and make sure that we understand what's going on. Okay. Right, so what this is doing is taking the letters and numbers that make up our HTML color codes and splitting them into an array. So this dot split splits a string into an array. So what we've got here is letters being an array of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and A, B, C, D, E, F. Then we've got our color string, which starts off with a hash, as HTML colors always do. And then we've got a for loop, which starts with I is equal to 0, goes on as long as I is less than 6, and increments I by 1 each time. And then, well, we haven't seen this before, this is a way of appending to a string. So color plus equals means we take color as it is and we add to it letters. So that's this array up here. And this is now familiar to us as well. So we're getting a random number up to 16 and we're using mathfloor to effectively get a random integer or whole number between 0 and 15. So essentially this is creating a random HTML color code. Brilliant. So we learned a couple of new tricks there, as well as got some code that will be useful for us. So let's add this function definition to our code. It's doing some nice automatic indenting for us there. Lovely. So now we've got our code in there. Let's change our background color. So document.get element by ID shape and then style, and where is it, background color. Let's just see it all on one line. So we're going to want get random color empty pair of parentheses because it doesn't need any variables passed to it. And that's it. So that should give us a random color each time as well. There we go. Bit of green, bit of purple, bit of grey, bit of blue, pink. Fantastic. A little bit of green. Okay, this is looking great. So there's actually only one more feature I want to add on the shape itself, and that is I want it occasionally to appear as a circle. So let's say we want it to be a circle 50% of the time. We can do that with an if statement. And we'll take, once again, good old math.random. And so if that's bigger than 0.5, then we'll make it a circle. We could have less than there as well. Doesn't make any difference, but this will happen on average half the time. So to make it a circle, hopefully you remember, we get the element by its ID as before, and style, and what we want to do is set the border radius to be 50%. There we go. So that means it should be a circle. There we go. 50% of the time. 2 circles, 3 circles, 4 circles, and it's vanished. I think that's a problem with our code. I think it's there somewhere, but it's so small I can't see it. So I think we're going to need a minimum size. It does appear to be a circle every time, which is unlikely. So let's have a look and see if something's gone wrong. Ah, yes. Can you see what the issue is? It's quite a good one. What it is because it was a circle the first time, we set the border radius to 50%, and then the border radius was set to 50% full stop. So even if it wasn't greater than 0.5 the second time, it was still a circle. So we need to add an instruction to say if that's not the case, then set the border radius back to 0. Well done if you spotted that. So as before, border radius 0. Okay, let's have a look. So now we've got a square and a circle and something very small. Oh, there it is. And a square and something very small again. Okay, we definitely want to have a minimum size here. So let's change the width to be a random number from 0 to 200, and then we'll add 100 to that. And that effectively gives us a random number between 100 and 300. So it shouldn't get too small. There we go. Brilliant. So we're nearly done. All I'm going to do is wrap it up a little bit, give it a nice font and a bit of a title at the top so it looks like more of a finished article. So that's pretty trivial in the scheme of things. But still, makes all the difference. So we'll call it reaction time up there. And then we'll have an H1 which says test your reactions. And a little bit of instruction. So let's say click on the boxes and circles as quickly as you can. And I'm going to use a neat sans serif font. And we'll do that for everything. So I'll use body, and then we'll set the font family to I'll keep it simple and just choose sans serif. See how that looks? Okay, nice. I'd like a little bit more emphasis of your time down here. So let's make that bold. And we'll do that with a class of bold. So font weight is bold. And there we go. So let's have a look. That's working great. Fantastic. Hope you enjoyed that one. See if you can get a better time than me. And as always, there's a lot of ways you could extend this. So you might want to save the user's quickest time, for example. So it displays that constantly, and then that gives them a challenge to beat it. You might want to show their average time, or you might want to change the way the box displays. Completely up to you. But I hope you enjoyed that, and as always, I hope you managed to do a fair bit of it yourself, or if not, that you realized after we completed it that, yeah, maybe I could have done more of that. Congratulations once again for getting pretty much to the end of this chapter. We've just got one small video left, and that's going to show you, just like with CSS, how we can store our JavaScript in a separate file using external JavaScript. So if you can tear yourself away from our addictive reaction timer for just a few moments, I'd like to show you how we can separate our JavaScript from our HTML in just the same way that we did with styles. So let's first separate our styles to remind ourselves how we did that at the end of the previous section. We're going to create a new file, and I'm going to call this style.css in the same folder as the javascript.html file. And then I'm just going to open up the javascript.html again to get the styles and cut. So Command X or Control X. And then here in brackets, I can actually bring out a menu on the left there so that I can see several different files at once. If you're in a different text editor, then you can just switch back and forth between the different files using window. So once I've taken those styles, I can put them into style.css. Good to get our indenting right. And then back in the HTML file, hopefully you'll remember that we create a link with a rel or relation of style sheet, a type of text/CSS, and an href or the hyperlink reference of style.css. And that's it. So if we just check that and run it, it should look exactly the same. Fantastic. Finally then, we're going to do the same thing with the JavaScript. So ignoring the script tags for the moment, just copy all of the JavaScript out, and I'm going to cut that. So Command X or Control X on Windows, and then I'm going to create a new file, and I'm going to paste all of my JavaScript right in there. Okay, and then I'm going to save that as script.js. So the .js is of course the JavaScript extension, just like .css, but for JavaScript. And then it's just a matter of getting rid of those script tags completely and replacing them with our JavaScript. Now in most cases you can put JavaScript at the head or at the end of an HTML document. I generally recommend doing it at the end, partly because all of your HTML elements will be in place by then, but also because it gives the chance for the browser to load the page before the JavaScript kicks in, which usually allows the user to start reading the instructions, or at least looking at something before the JavaScript has to finish. But there are a lot of other considerations as to where you put your JavaScript, which are beyond we need to discuss right now. So I'm just going to pop it at the end, and we do this using script as before. And as before, we give it a type of text/JavaScript. And this time, instead of an href, we give it an src, short for source, just like an image. And then we select our file, so script.js. And for script tags, we need to manually close them like that, unlike link tags. So let's have a look. That should work in exactly the same way as before, and it does indeed. So hopefully you can see that, especially if you're working with a big website, we've now got everything really nice and neat, and I've got all my JavaScript together in one file, I've got my styles together in another file, and I've got my HTML in a third file. So it's nice and neat, efficient for browsers if they're downloading a number of different pages on your site, and pretty straightforward to maintain as well. So once again, congratulations on making it to the end of the JavaScript section of the Complete Web Developer course. Go and grab a cup of tea and a biscuit, but don't take too long because we've got some jQuery to look at, and you'll be amazed at what we can achieve in just a few lines of jQuery. See you in the next section. Congratulations on making it to section 5 of the Complete Web Developer course. In the previous section, we went through all the basics of JavaScript. So we looked at things like variables and arrays, loops and if statements, and we saw how we could put all of that together to make a functional and interactive website. I hope you enjoyed that, because there's more of that coming up in this section. Here we'll be looking at jQuery, which is a JavaScript framework which makes working with JavaScript a lot more fun and a lot more powerful. You'll learn how to make even more powerful websites and web apps, and at the end of this section we'll be making our biggest project yet, which will be an interactive HTML, CSS and JavaScript processor called Code Player. Now that you've learned HTML, CSS and JavaScript, you're in a great position to build real, functional, good-looking websites. So if you want to, you can start bidding for projects on freelance websites, or making websites for friends and family, or even approaching your boss and suggesting a website project. As I've said, there's no better way to learn to code than to build real websites, especially ones that are going to be used by real people. So, have an idea, put it into practice, and then tweet me at TechEdRob. I'd love to see what you make, and I'll send it on to the world. Enjoy this section, and I hope you, like me, will fall in love with jQuery. I'll see you, as always, at the beginning of the next one. So we've covered HTML, which allows us to control the content of a page. We've looked at CSS, which allows us to control the styles of that page. And then we've looked at JavaScript, which allows us to make that page interactive and enables us to control it using code. So what extra does jQuery do for us? Well, as I mentioned, jQuery is a JavaScript framework. That means it sits on top of JavaScript, and its main purpose is to make things that are a little bit complicated on JavaScript a lot simpler. And essentially it gives us a lot more power with a lot less code, which makes writing interactive, powerful websites a lot easier. There are a number of other JavaScript frameworks out there, but jQuery is by far the most popular and the one you'll come across most often. So this is the one that we're going to focus on in the Complete Web Developer course. It also has a bunch of plugins which allow you to do really cool stuff really easily, and I'm going to show you just a few of them now to get you excited about learning jQuery. So one that we'll be spending quite a lot of time with is the official jQuery UI plugin, which makes it really easy to do things like make objects draggable, or indeed droppable, so you can drop things on top of others and then do something when that happens. You can create things like date pickers very easily, and very commonly used things like progress bars. So that's a great start, but there's a lot more as well. There are pull to refresh plugins. So you'll be familiar with that if you've used an iPhone and you want to refresh the content of a page. You can just pull it down, and this plugin provides exactly that. By pulling down, you can see it's refreshing the content of the page there. So Rubberband is another great jQuery plugin. We've got tooltips plugins like Tooltipster. Tooltips are really handy hoverovers that you can use to give extra information on your apps and to do fancy things like that. We've got the magnificent pop-up plugin, which is a rather grand name for something that's really useful. So if you've got images there, you can just tap on them and have them appear nice and large. That's something that you're probably going to want to do quite regularly. We've got things like unslider, which gives you a slider, which is very commonly used on websites these days, particularly a big jumbotron, as it's known, at the very top of the page. And finally, typeahead.js. You'll be familiar with this sort of thing if you've ever used Google, and it simply allows you to auto-complete the contents of a search box. There we go. And that's really useful as well. So jQuery makes a lot of things a lot easier to program than JavaScript alone, and it's got a huge range of free plugins that you can use to give really quite advanced features to your websites very easily. So excited to get started? We'll do that straight away in the next video. Now that we know what jQuery is and why we should be excited about it, let's see how easily we can put it into our web pages. And I'm actually going to show you two different ways to do it, and we'll look at the advantages and disadvantages of each. So first off, let's jump back over to our text editor, and I've got good old javascript.html set up there. I'm going to save that as a new file, and I'm going to create a new folder. So this is number 4, and I'll call it jQuery. Okay, and we'll save it there, but I will call it jQuery.html. Okay, and as usual, we'll start with an empty HTML document, and we'll call it jQuery. Okay, so we don't need that bit anymore, so let's get ourselves split up, and let's see first off the quickest way to get going with jQuery, and that is to Google for something like embed jQuery. So this is what we're trying to do. We're trying to embed jQuery into our page so that we can use it. And thanks to Google, we actually get the answer without even having to go to another page, because jQuery is hosted on googleapis.com, and we can grab it right there. So all we have to do is copy that script tag and put it usually in the head of our page. So we saw the script tag at the end of the previous section. This allows us to take the version 2.2 of jQuery and use it in our page. Now this is a great way of doing things, and it's actually what I'd normally recommend for production websites. The URL googleapis.com is extremely reliable. It's probably faster than your own web hosting, and because a lot of websites already use this link, there's a good chance that it's already downloaded and cached on the user's computer. So if that's the case, they won't even have to download it again, which means that your website will load even faster. The slight downside, however, is that you are relying on another web service here. You don't have any control over Google APIs, and it's extremely unlikely, but they might go down, or they might change their URLs or do something that actually breaks this link. So if you're the sort of person that wants complete control over your code, you may not be keen to do something like this. How would you get jQuery in that case then? Well, that's method number 2. And this is where we go back to jQuery.com and we click that big orange download jQuery button. So I'm just going to click on that. And I'd recommend going for jQuery 2.2. And if in doubt, go for the compressed version, because that's going to load more quickly. So then just save that. In fact, I'm going to save it directly into my jQuery folder. And I'm going to change its name to make it a little bit easier to type in. I'm just going to call it jQuery.min.js. So now it's an external JavaScript file, but it's stored on my computer. So I don't have to worry about Google servers ever going down. It's only going to be linking to code on my server. This is also handy when you're developing a site. If you're for any reason working offline, or if you've got a bad internet connection, then working with a local version of jQuery will mean that you're not downloading information from the internet. So everything will happen faster as long as you're working completely offline. So those are the two ways that you can use jQuery. I'd generally go for the first one in a production site, but I'm going to keep with this one for the rest of this section for no particular reason other than it's already there. It also means I'm not relying on my internet connection at any point. All right, so let's now go back and open this page up. I'm just going to put a quick hi there so I know that I've got the right page when I find it. And I'll open it by just going to Finder or Explorer in Windows, and then going to the desktop, Complete Web Developer Course for jQuery, and then jQuery.html. There we go. I'll just save that, and we should get the correct content. There we go. Hi there. So one question that might come to mind is, how on earth do we know whether or not jQuery is actually loaded? It doesn't do anything. Well, one way would be to start typing some jQuery and see if it works. But that's not a great solution, because you might want to have some kind of JavaScript code that at least runs if jQuery is not working. So let me show you how we can test for jQuery in a reliable way. Remember, jQuery is just a framework on top of JavaScript. So everything works in a very similar way to JavaScript, and we put all our jQuery code in exactly the same place that we would put our JavaScript code. So if our jQuery is up and running, there will be a variable called jQuery. Now, this is very promising that it's come up with this already, because it means that my text editor has picked up on the jQuery here, and it recognizes jQuery as a variable. So I'm feeling confident, but I want to be sure, and I want to run it in my web page over here. So how do you test if a variable exists? Well, what you do is you look for a type of that variable. So each variable has a different type, and if a variable doesn't exist, that type is going to be undefined. Oops, I nearly just put a single equals there. That would have been bad. So what this does is looks at the type of the variable jQuery and tests whether or not it's undefined. So if it is undefined, then that means jQuery hasn't installed correctly for whatever reason. So we'll alert jQuery is not installed. But if it's not undefined, that means it exists. So we can alert jQuery is installed correctly. So I'm hoping to get the second alert. Let's refresh the page and find out. jQuery is installed correctly. Fantastic. Let's just make absolutely sure that this is doing what we hoped and get rid of this script temporarily, and then run the page again, and you can see jQuery is not installed. So this is a good thing to do at the beginning of your web page creation. If you're using jQuery, just do a quick test to make sure that everything's up and running. Otherwise you might write a bunch of code and it wouldn't work, and you don't know why, and then you realize your jQuery link is wrong or something like that. Okay, so now we're up and running with jQuery. We're going to continue in the next few videos to see how we do some of the things that we have already learned to do in JavaScript in jQuery. And generally we'll find that they're a lot easier and more flexible when we're doing them in jQuery than they are in JavaScript. I've just noticed as well that we don't have a type there. Always good to have a type. So we'll pop that in text/JavaScript. Brilliant. Okay, so let's move on and see how we detect a click and do something in response with jQuery. All right, so now that we're set up with jQuery, we're going to use it to detect a click much in the same way that we did with JavaScript, but we'll see firstly how the syntax, that is the code itself, is a lot simpler, but also how we can be a lot more flexible with the sort of thing that we can click on. So first off, very quick mini CSS challenge for you. Can you create a green circle and 2 red squares using divs and CSS. Go for it. All right, I hope you managed it. I'm going to create a div with an ID of circle because there's only one circle. And then I'm going to create a div with a class of square because there are going to be 2 squares. There we go. And then let's pop in some style. And then to make our circle, we use hash and then circle to select it. And we want a width of, let's say, 150 pixels, a height of 150 pixels, and a border radius of 50%. That's what makes it circular. And then a background color of green. All right, let's just check that. Excellent. Oh, indeed, jQuery is still installed successfully. That's great. We don't need that code anymore. All right, and now let's get the squares. So dot, because we're selecting a class this time, and we'll have the width and height the same. And this time there's no border radius and the background color is red. Let's have a look. Okay, that's great. The 2 squares have kind of gone together though. So let's give everything a margin of 10 pixels to separate out everything. Lovely. Okay. So now we're going to write some jQuery, which will just alert something when we tap on some combination of these squares and circles. So remember, with JavaScript, there was only one way that we saw to select an object, and that was by its ID. There are other ways to select objects in JavaScript, but we only looked at the getElementById command. In jQuery, this looks very different. So we start off with a string character, and that is just Shift-4 for me, and probably for you as well, but it may be somewhere else on your keyboard. And pretty much every jQuery instruction starts with a string. So the string here kind of says, right, we're doing something with jQuery. And then we put parentheses, and as you can see here on my text editor, it's saying we need a string of a selector. So inside these parentheses, we enter a string, and that's the thing that we want to select. So if we want to select this first circle, we want to select it by its ID. So that's a hash, just as it is in CSS, and then the ID. So circle. So what this does essentially means select the circle. And then we want to do something when that circle is clicked. So we use dot and then click. So pretty similar to the onClick command, but slightly different. We're just looking at click here. And then we want to do something when the circle is clicked. And just like with JavaScript previously, we create a function. So you'll notice that there are bits of JavaScript that remain unchanged in jQuery, and creating a function is one of them. So it's as before, function, pair of parentheses, and then curly brackets to contain our function code. So this is the equivalent of document.getElementById circle.onClick equals and then function. So it's a lot shorter, and as we'll see in a minute, a lot more flexible as well. So if we just alert that, circle was clicked, something like that. Let's see that in action. There we go. So circle was clicked, and obviously that doesn't work for the squares. Here's a challenge for you though. Can you change this code so that instead of selecting the circle, it selects the 2 squares? So when either square is clicked, we get an alert. How do you think we might do that? I hope you got it. It's just like in CSS. Instead of #circle, we use .square. And then this selects both the squares and applies this function to both of them. So let's see that in action. Or let's change the alert to make it make sense first. A square was clicked. Let's have a look. So now we click that square, we get the alert. We click the other square, we get the alert as well. We click the circle, nothing happens. So this is the second big advantage of using jQuery. As well as the code being a bit shorter and neater, it's more flexible. So I can just replace whatever goes in here with a class or an ID to select things. I can also select things by their type. So I could select all of the divs, for example, just like that. So if it doesn't start with a hash or a dot, then we will select all the elements with that name. So all the elements that are called a div. So now if we change the code to a div was clicked, then it will now respond when any one of those three is clicked. And if I click anywhere else, nothing happens because there's no divs over there. So this is an early taste of the power, ease and flexibility of jQuery. We can change our code by just a little bit and we can select by both class, ID and the type of element that we want to select. Alright, so now we've seen how to use jQuery to respond to a click. Let's use it to change and adjust our website content. Now that we've seen how to respond to a click in jQuery, let's see how we can update our website content with it. So I'm going to get rid of our squares for the moment, and we'll get rid of the CSS as well. And we'll start off with a good old paragraph, which will just say something boring like this is some text. Okay, and then what we want to do is change the text here when the green circle has been clicked. So you'll remember, hopefully, that to do something when the green circle is clicked, we use hash to represent an ID and then circle for the ID name. So how do we change HTML with JavaScript? It's actually really easy. We first select the element. So I'm going to use string again to invoke jQuery. And then in the parentheses and quotes, I'm just going to use P because there's only one paragraph. So I might as well just use that rather than go through the hassle of giving it a class or an ID. So to change the HTML of an element, we use the HTML function. So it's just select the paragraphs and then HTML and then whatever new content we want to put in there. This text has changed. That's it. Simple as that. So let's click on that. The text has changed. Fabulous. So this .html is the equivalent of the inner HTML from JavaScript. And we can also use it to actually get the contents of an element. So if I use it in this form, I could alert that, and this says get the element with a paragraph tag and get the HTML content of it and then alert them. So this should alert this is some text. There we go. So we can use the .html either to change the HTML of an element or to get the HTML of an element. We can also very easily, instead of working with click, we could do something when the mouse hovers over the circle. Now, any ideas how we might do that with jQuery? I wonder if you got it. It's simply a matter of changing .click to .hover. And now, when we hover over the page, we don't have to click. The alert pops up. And it does it a few times because as I move, it does it again. But you get the idea. So again, jQuery is super easy to change your code to work in a slightly different way. We can also change all sorts of things about an HTML element in exactly the same way. So if we get rid of that, mini challenge for you. Can you create an iframe with the contents of CNN.com in it? Go for it. Okay, hope you managed that. It's just a matter of creating an iframe and then giving it an src or a source of http://www.cnn.com. Okay, let's have a look. There we go. So if I wanted to change the contents of this iframe, I could do that pretty easily with jQuery. So first I'd have to select my iframe. Can you do that? Hope you managed it. It's just a string and then inside the quotes type iframe. That will select all the iframes on the page, but we've obviously only got one. And then we want to change an attribute of the iframe. So we use attr. And this essentially allows me to change anything inside the tag here. So if I want to change the src, I just put src into the first pair of quotes and then a comma and then whatever I want to change it to in a second pair of quotes. So possibly everyone's favorite web hosting company, ecowebhosting.co.uk. Let's have a look. So now it should load the CNN page, and then when I hover over the green circle, it will change the content and download ecowebhosting.co.uk instead. And there it is. So hopefully you're getting the idea that jQuery is very succinct and pretty intuitive. So it's pretty easy to see what's going on here and easy to change your code from, say, click to hover or update the source of an iframe. All right, so now we've changed website content. Let's see how we change styles with jQuery. All right, so hopefully you're getting the idea of how jQuery works. In this video, we're going to move on from seeing how we can change content with jQuery to how we can change styles. So let's go back to just having our circle. So I'll get rid of my iframe, and as a quick challenge, can you from scratch write a little bit of code that will alert hello when you click on the circle using jQuery, of course. Go for it. Okay, hope you remembered it. We start with our string, and then in parentheses and double quotes, we use hash and circle to select the object with ID of circle. You could have used div there, I guess, as well, as we've only got one div. And then we want to set up a click function, parentheses after function, and then curly brackets and a closing parenthesis at the end there to contain our code. And then it's just alert hello in good old-fashioned JavaScript. Let's have a look. Click on there, hello. Fantastic. So hopefully that reminded you the basic syntax for setting up a click function. What we're going to do now is change some styles of our circle when it is clicked. And this is super easy to do with jQuery. As you might guess, the first thing we need to do is select the thing that we want to change the style of. So again, it's hash circle. And then we use .css to change CSS. And then we just give the name of the property that we want to change and the value that we want to change it to. So if we want to change width, for example, we use width, and then we set the width to whatever we want it to be. So say 400 pixels. Let's have a look. There you go. It stretches out. So could you, for example, change the background color to red when it's clicked. Go for it. Hope you got it. It's just a matter of changing background color to red. Simple as that. There we go. So it's super simple, and you can experiment as much as you like with changing different properties to different values. We can also get the values of particular properties using exactly the same function. So if we wanted to know what the background color of a particular object was, we could find that out by just getting rid of the value of the property there. So just like we did with HTML, if we have a property and a value, then that will change the value of the property to whatever you state. If we just have the property, that will return the value of that property. So if we take a look, we could alert that whole thing and get the background color. There we go. So it's in the form RGB 01280, which is another way of saying green. So a quick challenge for you then. Can you get the width of the body of the page? So the width of the body of this web page. Go for it. I hope you got it. Remember to select elements. We don't use a hash or a dot. We just use the word or the name of the element that we want to select. So body. And then if we want the width, we just change the CSS property to width. Let's take a look. There we go. 581 pixels. And interestingly, that will change if we make the page wider or narrower. So now we're up to 1021 pixels. So that can actually be quite useful if you want to change your website layout depending on the width of the page. You can use jQuery to get that width for you and then do something with it if you want to. All right, there's one more thing I want to show you in this video, and for that I'll need my squares back. So I'm going to bring in my divs with a class of square, and then I'll just recreate the CSS for them. So we'll just change that to .square, get rid of the border radius, and set the background color to red. Take a look, there they are. Wonderful. So what if we wanted to set up a function which made each of these disappear when they're clicked? Why don't you have a quick go at attempting to do that? Best of luck. Okay, I hope you found a little bit of a problem there, because what I hope you attempted to do, rather than have a separate function for each div and give these to an ID or something like that, which is a bit messy, we want to do it in a single function. We might have tried something like div click function. So that will action a function that will happen when any of those is clicked. And then you may have tried something like div, and then to make it disappear, we could use CSS. And then you may have remembered setting display equal to none is our way of making things disappear. So that looks reasonably promising, but let's have a look and see how it behaves. If I click on the circle, it makes all of them disappear, which of course it should do because we're saying select everything that's called a div and make it disappear. So how do we create a single function which somehow knows which element has been clicked? Well, that's actually really easy, and there's a very powerful JavaScript and jQuery idea that I'm going to show you to do this, and it is the very simple keyword this. So on the surface of it, this seems quite simple. In practice, this can be a little bit of a nightmare to figure out what it's actually referring to, but in this context, all it is, in our case, this is going to be the element that has been clicked. So it's the element that we're dealing with at the moment. So let's take a look and see what happens now. If I click on the green circle, that disappears. If I click on one of the red squares, that disappears. And obviously the final one does as well. So this is a really useful keyword if you want to have a single function that applies to a number of different elements, but then does something depending on which element is clicked or hovered or selected or whatever. then this is a great way to do that. So I'll give you another quick example. If we wanted to just alert whether the user had clicked on a circle or a square, we could use this to do that. And there's a number of ways that we could do it, but I'll show you something like this. So if we want alert, and then you clicked on A, and then we wanted the name of the shape, then we could give the ID of the shape if it was a circle, and we'd get that from this dot attributes and then ID. So let's have a quick look about that in action. There we go. You clicked on a circle. Excellent. So we've got the ID. Obviously that's not going to work for this one because they don't have an ID. You clicked on a undefined. That's not what we want. So to get the square, we'd need to add in an if statement. So we can look to see if the ID is equal to circle, then alert that, and it probably makes sense to change that out to just be plain text. We could then change that to green circle or something if we wanted to, and else alert you clicked on a square. Let's have a look. There we go. Fantastic. Obviously we could check for classes or other ways to distinguish between different elements if we wanted to here as well, if we wanted to search for more than 2 different types of element. It's worth noting that this is a JavaScript keyword as well as a jQuery one, so you can use it in plain JavaScript if you want to. Okay, so now we've seen the this keyword and also how to affect styles and to return the styles of particular elements. We're going to start looking at some jQuery specific features now, and the first one I'll show you is fading content. So far in the jQuery section we've seen how the jQuery is a little bit easier to read and write than JavaScript, and it's a bit more flexible as well in that we can easily select classes or a range of element types using exactly the same syntax. But there's also a number of functions that are very easy to do with jQuery that would be very difficult to do with plain JavaScript. And one of those is fading content. So let's see how easy that is to achieve with jQuery. So let's try and fade out whatever item is clicked when we click it rather than making it disappear. So again, to select the item, we use this. And then it's as simple as applying the function fade out to it. Don't forget the parentheses. Let's take a look. There we go. So a lovely fade animation just by using a single keyword there. We can also use hide just to show you, which is effectively the same as setting the display to none as we saw in the previous section, that just does the fade but without any kind of gradual fading. As with pretty much all jQuery functions, we can apply a lot of parameters and settings to those functions if we want, and the easy way to find out what those are is to do a quick search. So if I start with something like jQuery fade out, likely the top result will be the jQuery.com website itself, which I'd thoroughly recommend. It has some really good documentation and examples on it. So if you want to find out, for example, you might want to make it fade out more slowly or more quickly or in a number of different ways, then you'll get all of the options here. Let's just look at a couple of the examples. So this shows you roughly what's going on there, but we can also look at some direct examples. So like that one there, and you can see that that's a slow fade out. So we could try that ourselves if we want. And there's some more complicated content here that looks like it's going to fade out when it's clicked, And so if I try that, there you go. So the click is doing the fade out, and then it's adding some text as well. So that's the next thing we're going to see. I'll just show you that again. When we clicked on really there, it did the fade out, and then when the fade out completed, it did something else. And that can be really useful, not just with fading, but with any function that might take a certain amount of time. You often want to do something else just when it's completed. So let's see how we do that using our fade here. So first off, let's change it to a nice slow fade out so that we can see. There we go. See it happening a little more slowly. So how would we add a callback function, i.e. a function that happens when the fade out is complete? Well, we add it as a parameter in the function call itself. So just after we add the slow parameter, we're going to add a function, and then this will be defined in just the same way that we set up a function on the click. So whatever I write here will now happen as soon as the fade is completed. So for now, let's just do a nice alert. Fade out has finished. All right, let's take a look. So fade out, and there we go. Fade out has finished. So one of the particularly useful situations for callbacks is when you're getting data from another website or another bit of your website, which we'll see how to do in a couple of videos' time. And that could take a while if you've got a large bit of data and the user's internet connection is quite slow, for example. So you want to wait until you've got that data and then process it and do something with it. And callback functions are the perfect way to do that. All right, let's have a few challenges then. I'm going to get rid of all of this. And the first challenge is going to be, can you create a paragraph with some text and a button such that when the button is pressed, the paragraph fades out? Go for it. Okay, hope that went well. I'm going to get rid of my styles because I don't need them anymore. So my paragraph, this is some text, phenomenally dull, and then my button. I'll give it an ID of fade out, and then we'll call it fade out text. All right, and then I just need to select my button like that. And then I want this to have a click function attached to it, just like that. And I want to fade out the text when that button is clicked. So I'm going to select the text. I'll just do it using P because it's a paragraph, and then fade out. Simple as that. Let's take a look. Fade out text. Oh, I've made a mistake there. Anyone see what it is? I forgot the parentheses. It's a function, so you always have parentheses after it, even if you're not going to have any options like slow or a callback function. There we go. And notice as well, once it's faded out, it's gone. So the display property of the paragraph is made equal to none, just as we saw before, and it's effectively not there anymore. Okay, so challenge 2 is going to be, can you have some text in a different paragraph which is initially hidden, and then when you press another button, it fades that text in? Go for it. All right, hope you managed to do that. So this text will be hidden initially. And now we're going to need some IDs to differentiate between our two paragraphs. So we'll have text and hidden text, and I'll change this to text so they're not confusing each other. And then I need to make hidden text hidden initially. So I'll bring some styles back in. There we go. So I only need to style hidden text. And the only style I need to give it is display none. And that will make it hidden initially. And then I'm going to have a button. The ID is going to be fade in, which is a little clue as to what the function is that I'm going to use. And that's fade in text. So let's just check that that's all okay. Yep, obviously fade in text at the moment doesn't do anything. Oop, forgot my semicolon there. So to make the fade in button do something, I need to select it in the usual way. Fade in. And I'm adding a click function to it in the same way as usual. And then, as I hope you figured out, to make something fade in, you just select it. So this is hidden text. And we want to make it fade in. And don't forget your parentheses. There we go. Let's have a look. Fade in text. Fantastic. There it is. All right, now there's one more challenge for you. And this one is a bit of a tricky one. But I have given you a clue to it earlier in the video. So what I now want you to do is to go back to having just a single paragraph. But instead of having just a fade out button, we're going to have a toggle button. And what that toggle button is going to do is, if the text is there, it will make it disappear. And if the text is not there, it will make it appear. So that's a pretty big challenge. There's a number of different ways you could do it, but give it a shot. Good luck. Okay, did you manage it? I'm going to show you a couple of different ways, starting with what I think is the best method, but ending with a method that allows us to use callbacks, which is quite nice. So let's do everything with a single function. And now we're working on the toggle button. So as I've changed quite a lot there, let's just check. At the moment, if I click toggle text, it should fade out. Great. Of course, what it doesn't do yet is fade back in. So what I need is some way to know whether the text has faded out or not, depending on what stage we are on our page. There's no way I can know just with the code here. I need to look at some property of the page. And what I can do, as I hope some of you spotted, is I can use the display CSS property to find out whether or not the text has been faded out. So if the text element has got a display property of none, then we're going to want to fade it in. Whoops. We want to take the text and fade it in. So that's what I was hoping you would think of doing. Don't worry if you didn't, but this is quite a neat way of doing it. So we're looking at the display property of the CSS of the text element. If that's equal to none, then that means it's not displayed. So we want to fade it in. If it's not equal to none, that means it is displayed. So we want to fade it out. Let's have a look. So toggling it, fades out. Toggling it again, fades in. Hurrah! So very well done if you did it that way. I'll just show you another way that might be better in certain situations, and that is to have a variable which keeps track of the state of the paragraph text. So we might call it something like text showing or text displaying or something like that, and we'll initially set it to true, because when we first run the page, the text is going to show. And then, instead of looking at the CSS property, we can just look at if text showing is true. And in fact, we can do a bit of a shortcut there, and we can just look at if text showing. Because remember, the if statement is looking for something which is true or false. And one advantage of using Boolean variables is that they are either true or false. So you don't need to write is equal to true. You can do if you want, it'll work. But you can leave it like just text showing. So let's have a quick look at that. But of course, if text is showing, I want it to fade out rather than fade in. So let's just make sure that's working for the fade out. It is, yep. It's not going to work for the fade in yet because we haven't updated text showing. So this is a little bit unnecessary, but I like to use callback functions whenever we can. So I'm going to add a callback function to our fade out, such that when the fade out is complete, we'll set text showing to false. So now it's no longer showing. So if we click it again, it will fade it back in. And of course, we'll need a callback function for that as well, which resets text showing back to true. Okay, let's check it out. So fades out, fades back in, fades out, fades back in. Fantastic. So as I say, in this case, I prefer the previous method just because it's a bit neater, but you might have situations where you can't just grab the information you need from a CSS property. And in those situations, you're probably going to want some kind of variable which keeps track of the state of the various items on your page. Well done if you managed to do that challenge. Don't worry too much if you didn't. It was a toughie. So now we know how to fade content in and out. We'll realize that fading is actually a specific example of the more general animating content which we can do with jQuery. So let's find out how we do that. We'll have our elements changing size, shrinking, growing, moving all over the place. It's going to be a lot of fun, and we'll do it in the next video. Right, so now we've seen how to fade in and out content. We're going to start animating our content. So we're going to get some great looking stuff moving all over the place here. So I'm going to quickly go back to my green circle. There we go. And we'll add the CSS back in. So width of 150 pixels, height of 150 pixels, border radius 50%, and background color green. There we go. So let's animate this circle. First off, once again, to make sure that it's completely in your head, can you set up a function that does something, I don't care what, when the circle is clicked? Go for it. All right, you should have had a string and then our selector for the circle. So hash circle, and then click. Then we want to add a function with parentheses, and then I'll just do a quick test with alert, something like that. All right, there we go. So we're all connected up nicely. So how does the jQuery animate function work? Well, it's much like you would expect, but there's a couple of slight complications to it. So first off, let's say we want to use this as our selector, just to remind ourselves that it exists. And of course, if we click on the circle, then this is going to be the circle. And if we want to animate it, first bit's easy enough. We use the animate function. And then we have to put some properties in. First off are the CSS properties that we want it to have at the end of the animation. So let's say we want to increase its width to 400 pixels gradually as the process of an animation. Then what we would do is we'd give the width and we'd then state in quotes what we wanted that to be. So 400 pixels, like that. However, because this could be one of a number of different CSS properties, and we could have several here in one go, as we will do in a minute, we need this to be an array. And to define it as an array, we put it in curly brackets like that. So that doesn't mean that this is a function or anything. It means that this is one of potentially many CSS instructions that we could put in there. And in a minute, we'll see how we can add other ones as well. And then the other property that we need to give the animate function is the amount of time that we want it to take the animation. So it's in milliseconds. So let's go for something like 2000 milliseconds, which would be 2 seconds. All right. So that will increase the width to 400 over 2 seconds. Let's take a look. There it goes. Nice. Notice because we've set the border radius to 50%, it's still not quite circular as such, but the border is at least all the way around. It doesn't become a rounded rectangle. All right, so let's have some real fun. What if we wanted to change some more CSS properties at the same time? Well, let's say we wanted to change the height to 400 pixels as well. We'd put a comma in there, and then we'd specify that we want the height to be, and in quotes, whatever we want it to be. So again, 400 pixels. Let's have a look at that. There we go. So now it grows in both width and height. Now, if we add many more of these, it's going to get a bit confusing having them all on the same line running on after each other. So the general convention is to put our different attributes on different lines like that. And that's just a lot easier to read. We can see the different attributes that we're changing and add them or remove them very quickly as necessary. So remember, you always need a comma in front of them. Let's say we wanted to move it around a little bit as well. So we'll change the margins. Now, we use the JavaScript names for CSS properties here, not the CSS names. So instead of margin dash left, we use margin and then left with a capital L. They're pretty easy to translate. Just whenever you see a hyphen or a dash, take it away and then capitalize the word after it. So margin left, let's change that to 100 pixels. And let's add in margin top of 100 pixels as well. All right, let's take a look. There we go. So it's moving and growing at the same time. All right, so feel free to mess around with that and change the animations as you wish. One final little challenge for you is, can you figure out a way to, let's say, change the background color of this circle to red the moment the animation completes? Go for it. All right, did you figure that one out? Not super easy. We can add a callback function in the animate function, just as we have done with fading in and out. So we add it as an extra property in the function call, and then function and parentheses, and then our curly brackets to contain whatever code we want to happen when the animation is complete. And the thing that we want to do is to set the background of this thing to red. So let's select it again using this, and we set the background to red using CSS and background color and red. Simple as that. Let's take a look. Wonderful. So hopefully you could imagine using that on your websites if you want to provide a bit of interactivity and allow things to move or change size when they're clicked on. Then why not do it with a little bit of animation to make your website that bit more fun to use? Now, talking of fun to use, one huge innovation in recent years on the web is the creation of web apps. And the primary differentiator of a web app is one where you can control and do a number of different things on the page without reloading the page or clicking on a link to go on a new page. And the vast majority of that happens using a technology called Ajax. And that's what we're going to look at in the next video. Right, now we're getting onto something really powerful. So far, we've seen how to use jQuery and JavaScript to interact with our pages and do fancy things like make things change shape and size, updating website content. Ajax takes all of this to the next level. It was pioneered by Google when they were developing their Gmail interface, and now is very widely used. So whenever you use any webmail app or Facebook or Twitter or any app like that, you're using Ajax. And what it does is allow you to grab content from your server within your web page, for example, when the user clicks on a button, and do something with that without refreshing the page. Now that might not sound like much, but if you think about what has to happen when you press the send button on your email client, essentially some information, i.e. the email content, the recipient, etc., needs to be sent to a server, which then sends the email itself and reports back to the website saying that this has been done successfully. And we want all of that to happen without having to reload the page every time. It's a hugely powerful technology and one that can make your websites far more fun, interactive, and fast. One slight downside with it though is that we can't use it on local files. So Ajax doesn't work with files on your own computer like this. So what I'm going to do is work on it live on my Eco web hosting server. So if you haven't set that up yet, you might want to go back to the first section and follow the instructions to do that. Alternatively, if you don't want to set that up or you can't for whatever reason, then don't worry, just follow along. But bear in mind, the final code won't work if you're working on your local machine. So now I'm in Fire FTP within Firefox. If you haven't seen how to set this up, then again, go back to the FTP video at the beginning of this course, or ignore this bit if you're going to work locally and don't want to worry about FTP. So I've already connected to CompleteWebDeveloperCourse.com, and I'm currently in the content folder here. And you can see I've already uploaded the 4 folders that we've been working with so far in the course. I'm on the jQuery section, so I'm going to go in there, and you can see we've got the file jQuery.html. I'm then going to control click or right click and click open, and that will open jQuery.html in my text editor. So it looks exactly the same as before, but if we jump over back to Google Chrome, we can now go to a live website. So that is CompleteWebDeveloperCourse.com/4-jQuery for the folder, and then jQuery.html. And this will then load the same page that we had before. And just to remind you, I got that URL from content being the folder, and then 4-jQuery being the subfolder, and then jQuery.html being the file name. So now we can work in exactly the same way that we have been up until now, but it's slightly more exciting because we're working on a live website. So anyone in the world could go to this URL and see this page. Note, if you do check that out and go to this URL now, it's probably changed, but this is what it's showing as of the recording of the video. So just to make sure that everything is working as desired, I'm going to save that, which will then, via Fire FTP, it will save it on the live server, and when I refresh, just as we're used to, it changes and updates automatically. Brilliant. So let's just check that the jQuery still works. Yep, brilliant. Everything's connected up nicely. Okay. So what we're going to attempt to do here is load the content from another file and use it within our page. So in order to do that, we'll need to have another file to load the content from. So I'm going to go back over to Fire FTP and create a file right here. So I'm going to control click or right click on Windows and create file. And I'll just call this info.txt. It really doesn't matter at all what this file name is, but something fairly generic like that should work. And then I'm just going to open that again, and that will open up in brackets. And I'll just save a basic bit of text like that. And then close. Okay, so it's that content that we're going to try and get hold of in our web page here. All right, here goes. As always, there's a number of ways that we can do it. I'm going to show you the simplest one first, and then we'll move on to what I would recommend using in a real live site. So, as we're using jQuery functions, and jQuery, by the way, is not critical for Ajax, but it does make using it a lot easier. And then we use dot to call a particular Ajax function. So what we're doing here, we're not selecting a particular item within the page, as we have been doing so far. We're running a special Ajax function, and that function is get. So get does exactly what you might expect. It gets the contents of a file. And then we put in the file name, so info.text. And then we need to do something when the get is complete. And this is what I mentioned previously, is a callback. So we're going to create a callback function which will run when the Ajax command is complete and they've got the information. And then we can do whatever we want with it. So we define that as function. Now we're very used to just putting parentheses after our function. That's usually because we don't have a particular variable that we need to do anything with. But this time we do. We have the contents of that get request. And so we're going to save that in the variable data. You can use any variable name you like there, but data is pretty standard and obviously makes sense. So this data variable is going to contain the data, i.e. the contents of info.text. And then all we need to do is do something with it. So for now, we'll just alert it and hope for the best. Here we go. And there we go. So it might not look that exciting, but what we've done there is the very basis of every web app that you've used, every webmail client, every social media website, and probably every interactive website that you're going to create. So I think that's pretty cool, but there are some problems with this function. For one, it doesn't give us the option to do something else if this get request fails. And that's something that could well happen if someone is on their mobile in particular and they lose signal and they do something on your website. We need to be able to give them a nice message saying, sorry, that's not successful, connect to the internet, or even better, just keep quiet and then do it later when they are connected to the internet. So to do that, we need a more powerful command, and the command that we're going to use is Ajax. So again, string and then dot to access a jQuery function, and the function that we're using is Ajax. Now, Ajax is a little bit more complicated than get, but it is worth getting to grips with. The first thing that we need is to give the URL of the page we want to get. So just like with the get function, and that's exactly the same as before. So info.text. And then we can add extra functions on the end. So I'm going to add a done function, and this will be called when the Ajax request returns some information successfully. So as before, we're going to use function, and then again we want a variable to hold the data that's returned, which we can refer to later on. And then as before, we put what we want to happen when the Ajax request is complete in the curly brackets. So for now, we'll just alert data once again. So let's have a look. There we go. So that does exactly the same thing. So how then would we use it to let the user know if we can't get the data for any reason? Well, we add a second or a third, depending on your point of view, function to the end of this, which is fail. And this works in exactly the same way. So it's a function. We don't have any data this time because by definition it's failed. So there's nothing to return. but it works in exactly the same way. So let's say alert could not get data. So this will happen, for example, if I misspell my file name, and now I run this again, we'll get the error message, could not get data. So if we'd used the get command here and misspelled the file name, or the user's internet connection had gone down, then just nothing would happen. Whereas here we can let the user know that nothing's happened and ask them to send it again later or do whatever it is we want to do. So that's the big advantage of Ajax. There are lots of other settings that give you extra power and control as well. If you want to check some of them out, then just Google jQuery Ajax and you'll get lots of information on this command. But this is all that we need for now. So I'm just going to tidy this up slightly. I'm going to put these on new lines so it's a little bit clearer what's going on. And I'm just going to give you a tiny challenge here. Can you create a paragraph tag which is initially empty, and then instead of alerting the data, put it into that paragraph tag so it just appears right there on the page? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. It was pretty straightforward. So there's your empty paragraph tags, and then here, instead of alerting data, we're going to access or select the paragraph tag, and then we're going to set the HTML to be data. And that's it. Let's take a look. Wonderful. This is some content. So really, it might not look like much what we've done there. In many ways, we've just recreated what we've already done, but in a much more complicated way. But hopefully you can see that there's a lot of power in this. And especially when you combine this with a server-side language like PHP or Python, both of which we'll learn later on in the course, you're then in a position to create really powerful web apps that are useful and fun to use, like Gmail, Facebook, and Twitter. All right, so now you're familiar with Ajax, we're going to move on to a related but different topic, which will prepare us for our mini jQuery project, which we're going to do in 2 videos' time. And that new concept is another very powerful one, regular expressions. All right, we've done a lot of work with jQuery now, but we haven't had a big challenge yet. So we're going to have that in the next video, where we'll be building a form validation system, which checks whether the user has entered a valid email address, for example, whether the password is complicated enough, and whether the various other fields in the form have met the standards that we need. That's a really useful thing to be able to do for our sign-up forms, or any form really where we need the data to be in a certain format in order to use it in our system. So to do form validation, we need to learn another topic which, like Ajax, is something that a lot of people find a bit mysterious and confusing, but it's really not once you get to grips with it. And that is regular expressions. So regular expressions are really just a way to check the format or the content of a string. So we could check that it has a number in it, for example, or that it looks like a date, or that it's a password with a certain level of complexity, or an email address, or anything else. So let's get started. First off, I'm going to move back to my local version of jQuery.html. There we go. Just makes things a little bit faster, and regex will work fine on your local machine. Okay, so let's get rid of the content because we're working in pure jQuery for the moment. So how does this work? Well, first off, we define our regular expression, or our regex. And usually it's defined with slashes. So if, for example, I wanted to check for the word is in another string, then I would put is between 2 slashes like that. And that tells JavaScript in this case, actually, there's nothing jQuery specific about that line, that this is a regex that we can then use to match against some other string. So let's then create our string. I'm going to optimistically write regex is great. You might not believe it yet, but you will do very soon. And then what I need to do if I want to match these up is I use the jQuery match function. And again, this is something that you can do with normal JavaScript, but it's a lot easier to do with jQuery. So let's create our result. So that's just another variable. And to get that, we start off with string, and then we apply the match function to it. And the match function takes one parameter or variable, and that's the regex, so the expression. So what this means is match the string, regex is great, according to the regex variable, i.e. /is/. What it means in English is, does the word is appear in the string, regex is great. We obviously know the answer is yes, but it's nice to know that our computer can work it out as well. So let's have a look. Is. So it doesn't return quite true or false, it returns what it finds, and that is. So it searches for is inside our string and it finds it, so it returns it. If we add a couple of letters on the end there, so it's no longer part of our string, then it returns null. So that means that this regex is not matched with this string. We can do a little bit more. In fact, we can do a lot more, but I'm just going to show you a couple of extra things here. If we search with a capital G, by default that will return null because capital G REAT does not feature in this string. But if we wanted to do a case insensitive search, we would just pop an I flag at the end there, so after the second slash, and that will then do a case insensitive search, which will return great. And of course, if we could put capital E and a capital T for some reason there, and that would still match, but it would return GREAT. So it would return exactly what's in the string. Finally, we can also look for things that appear in the string more than once. So the letter E, for example. If we just run it as it is, then it will return a single E. So it will say, yes, E is present in the string. But we might want to know about every time that E appears in the string, or at least how many times it does. And if we want to do that, we use the /G for global. So the global flag, and that will then return every instance of this regex in the string. Let's take a look. There we go. So that's essentially a little array of E's to show every time we got a match between our string and our regex. So that's the basics of it. Regex is extremely powerful, and there's a lot more settings than what we've gone through there. But we'll cover many more of those in our jQuery challenge in the next video, where we'll be making a form validation system. Off we go then. So I'm going to begin by just adding my email input and email label and styling those so that everything looks like I want it to. So I did mention that there are things that we can use called labels, which attach themselves to inputs. So let's do a quick Google for something like labels for inputs HTML. Okay, the label tag, that looks like what we might want. Okay, and there we go. So looks like I can use label to just attach myself, or attach my label specifically to an input. Alright, so we've pasted that in. Let's update things. So the label is connected to the input itself via its ID. Those are the things that are matching there. So I'm going to change my label to email, and I'll write email as the name for the label itself as well. This is not going to be a radio, this is going to be a text input. We'll have the name being email as well, the ID being email, and I don't want an initial value, so I'm going to get rid of that. But I will have a placeholder, because I think they usually look nice, e.g. your name at gmail.com, something like that. Alright, let's take a look. Okay, not a bad start. We definitely want to do a fair bit of styling on this though. First off, let's change our fonts for everything to a nice sans serif font. I'll go for Helvetica and then sans serif if that fails. Oops, I've forgotten to put my style tag in there. There we go, and end that there. So that should change the font for everything to Helvetica. Oh, but only if I put a comma in between those two. Great. Next, I want to make everything a fair bit bigger. So let's try a font size of 300%. Oh, a little bit too large. 200%. That'll do. Next, I want to style my inputs. So let's add in some input styling. We'll start off with a height of, let's try 40 pixels. See how that looks. I think that's about right. It's not quite aligned correctly, but maybe a little bit taller. But actually, I also want some padding. So I'm going to put 5 pixels of padding in, and that should make it a little different. And I also want a larger font size. So let's go for a font size of, if it has a height of 40 pixels, 30 pixels. Sounds about right. Yeah, a little large, I think. Maybe 25. Okay, that looks more reasonable. I would like some rounded corners in there, so I'm going to add a border radius of, let's try 5 pixels. Okay, yeah, that's nice, but I don't quite like this sort of faux 3D effect there. So I'm going to set the border to do 1px solid grey. Okay, that's a bit neater. I don't like the centering in, the vertical centering of the text. So I'm going to get rid of that height and adjust the padding. So I like the amount of padding on the top, and I want to have the same amount on the bottom, and it's not quite centering that for me. So I'm going to go for 5px, and then let's try 15px on the bottom to give it a bit more padding there. Okay, that's good, but I think we've got a little bit too much. So let's try 10. Okay, just a touch more. There we go. Okay, I'm liking that. We do need a bit more width though. So let's try 300 pixels for our width. Yeah, maybe even a touch more. Try 320. Okay. Now I think my label is a little bit large, so I'll actually make that a touch smaller. And I also want to shift it down a little bit. It's not quite centered vertically with the input there. So I'm going to style my labels, and yeah, I should indent everything else a little bit. There we go. So we'll do this with relative positioning and give it a top of maybe 7 pixels. See how that looks. Oh, a bit too much. 4 pixels. There we go. Great. I'd like to center everything in the page. So you may remember how we do that from our big CSS project. We have some kind of container or wrapper div. Doesn't matter too much what you call it. The important thing are the styles that you give it. So let's give it a fixed width. Let's try 500 pixels initially, and then a margin, as you may remember, 0 for top and bottom and auto for left and right. And that will then center everything in the middle of the page. Okay, we may adjust our styling a little bit as we go, but let's start off with that and see how it works. Okay, so now we've got our email label. Let's add our telephone label. So we'll call it telephone, and it's still going to be text, and we'll give it a name of phone, ID of phone, and an EG of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. The important thing is there's no spaces in there. So let's have a look. Okay, that looks good, but you can see that these labels have different widths. So let's try and fix that, and we should come across an interesting little issue. So if I try and set the width, not of the wrapper, but of the label to 150 pixels, nothing happens. So that's a bit of a mystery, and that's one of those things you could spend quite a while messing around trying to fix. So let's have a little look. Change label width HTML, something like that, and see if we can find an answer. Okay, how can I control the width of a label tag? That looks promising. Aha, so here we go. Label is an inline element. It cannot have a width value. In order to do this, you need to change the display type to display block or float left. So we'll use float left because we want it to appear to the left of our input. There we go. That looks a lot better. Had we used display is block, our width still would have worked, but it would have been above the input, which is not what we wanted. So let's go for floating left. And these are a bit too close, I think, now. So let's add a bit of a margin. I think it's probably worth putting them in a div with a class of something like form element. There we go, rather than applying the margins to the labels and the inputs directly, which doesn't seem right somehow. So another one there, form element. That also gives us a nice container for our labels and inputs as well, which feels right. Okay, and then we can take our form element divs, and I'm just going to go for a margin bottom of, say, 10 pixels. Let's give that a look. Excellent. Much more nicely spaced out. Okay, now let's add our password fields. So I'm going to copy that whole div there. For password. And we'll call it password as well. So this is going to have a type of text, but we can actually use a type of password, which will work in exactly the same way as text, but it won't display the text when the user types it. So more secure if someone's looking over their shoulder. So a type of password, name will be password, and ID will be password, and we won't have a placeholder this time. Okay, looks good. And then we might have a bit of an issue with space here. but let's see what pops up. Okay, we could do it like that, but that doesn't look particularly neat. So let's change our sizes a little bit. I'll just call this password confirm. Oops, the type is still the same. It's only the name and ID that change. And then let's do a bit of restyling. So let's look at 150%. And maybe increase the width of our wrapper a little. That's too much. Okay, and that will hopefully allow us to have a wider label. There we go. Just a touch too close there, I think. Let's make it 130% on the sizes. Great. Now we just need to adjust the label positioning. So we'll go for about 15, a little too much. Try 12. Okay, that looks good. All right, all that remains then for our HTML is our submit button. So it's a form element. So let's put it inside one of those divs. It doesn't need a label. We could use an input or a button here. Doesn't really matter. But if we're going to use an input, we need a type of submit. And then I'll give it an ID of submit button and a value of sign up. Okay, so I already quite like the styling of it, but we need to adjust it a little bit. So let's give it some custom styles. I called it submit button. So first off, it's a bit too wide. So let's give it its own width of, let's say 100 pixels. Oh, a bit narrow. 130, that looks about right. And also I'd like it to be lined up with these inputs here. So I'm going to give it a margin left of 200 pixels, should work. There we go. Brilliant. So there's our form. It's not exactly a work of art, but it's pretty neat and it does the job. Now for the interesting bit. Let's start doing some validation. So we want our validation to happen when the sign up button is clicked. So let's add that in first off for our JavaScript. So the sign up button is submit button. So let's select it in the usual way with a hash and then its name. So submit button. And we want to do something when the submit button is clicked. And that something is going to be a function. As always, I like to know that everything's connected nicely. So let's do a quick check. Oh no, something's gone horribly wrong. I've got too many parentheses. There, let's try that again. Sign up, there we go. Great, so we'll work our way down from top to bottom for our validation. So we'll start with the email, which is the most complicated. But as I mentioned, I wouldn't recommend you come up with your own email validating function. The internet's already done it for you. So let's have a look at, well, we could use JavaScript, but why not go for jQuery? Email validation function. So email validation using jQuery, that looks promising. Here we go. So we've got a very, very complicated regular expression there. I'm not going to go into the precise meanings of all of this, but you can probably just about work out that we're looking for a string of small letters or big letters or numbers or these punctuation marks and then an @ symbol and then some more small letters or big letters or numbers or a dash, and then a range of potential .coms or .co.uk's, etc. If you're really into regex, you can go into that in a lot more detail and figure out exactly what's going on, but for our purposes, that will be enough. So this is a nice function that we can use to validate an email address. So let's pop it at the beginning of our code here, and we'll just spread it out a little so it looks nice. There we go. So you can see this is going to return regex.test. Now test is a JavaScript function that we haven't seen yet, so we're not certain exactly whether that's going to give us true or false, or the email address, or what. So let's find out. So we need to run this test against the contents of this HTML input, which you remember has an ID of email. So let's select it. Now we need to get its value, which we could Google and try and find out, but I think we could just guess. Maybe with jQuery we need to do dot and then val. That looks promising. So let's get its value. And remember, if we send no parameters, that implies that we want to get the value rather than set the value. So that will give us the value, and what we want is to run the function isEmail on that. And let's then alert the outcome of that to see what it looks like. All right, let's take a look. So if I click there, so false. So it looks like we're getting true or false here. Let's just put in ASDF, that's false. If we put in ASDF at asdf.com, it becomes true. Excellent. So this is looking like exactly what we need. If it's a valid email address, then it'll be true. If not, it's false. Brilliant. So we can actually put that straight into an if statement. And remember, this is going to be true or false, so I don't even need to put is equal to true. But what I do need is to test whether this is false, because what I'm interested in is getting an error here. So I'm actually going to put is not equal to, so I'm actually going to put is equal to false, because that's what I'm particularly interested in. And if it is, we want to show an error message of some sort. So let's think for a moment how we're going to do that. There could well be more than one error with this form. So what we don't want to do is alert each one or anything like that. But we do want to display every error so that the user doesn't fix one and then submit again and then realize there's another one. So the way I'm going to deal with that is to have a variable called error message, which is initially empty. And then if we get any of these errors, I'm going to add some text to the error message. And then at the end, we'll display the whole error message. That's quite a nice way round when you've got potentially lots of different things to say to your users, but also potentially none. Start off with an empty string and then add the issues in as you go. So let's append to error message, which you'll remember we do using plus equals. And we'll say your email address is not valid. And for now, just to check, we'll alert error message. Okay, let's take a look. Your email address is not valid. Fantastic. In fact, I'm going to put paragraph tags around that so that our error message will appear on separate lines. All right, so now on to the telephone number. So the validation here is we want to check if the phone number is numeric or not. And I did give you a clue at the beginning that there is a jQuery function to do exactly that. So let's see if we can discover what it is. So now we're looking at string phone. with an ID of phone, and we want to check whether that is numeric or not. And there is indeed a jQuery function that we can access. Remember, using string dot to get all the jQuery functions is numeric. So if we pop .val again onto the end of that, that will test to see if the phone number that they've entered is a number. We could use a regular expression for that as well, but as jQuery has a built-in function, we might as well use that. So we actually want to check if that is false, because we're interested in when it's not numeric. So P, your phone number is not numeric. These may not be the most useful error messages, by the way. They'll serve our purposes, but you probably want something a bit more friendly. Let's have a look. Yep, so we've got email address is not valid, phone number is not numeric. But if we do put a number in there, then we just get the email address is not valid. Wonderful. Now for our passwords, the main thing we want to check here is that they're the same. So that's fairly straightforward. So our two IDs are password confirm and password. So if password.val is equal to password confirm .val. In fact, once again, we're not interested in whether they're equal to each other, we're interested if they're not equal to each other. So error message plus equals P, your passwords don't match. So let's have a look. If I just put two different passwords in, we get the email address, but not this one. I think that's because I forgot to put a hash in there. Let's have a look again. That's better. Your passwords don't match. And I've forgotten a closing paragraph tag as well. All right, so that's most of the validation done. The final step I want to do is introduce check just to make sure that they've filled something in each of these fields. And again, that's something that we don't really want to give them a separate message. The email is missing, the telephone is missing, the password is missing, the confirmation is missing. I want to do that all in one error message if I can. So the way I'm going to deal with that is similar to how I dealt with error message up here. I'm going to have fields missing, which is initially empty. And then if the email value is empty, then fields missing, append to that. I'm going to give it a line break, so it's going to be on a new line, and then email. Then I'm going to add something very similar for the rest. So if the phone number is missing, then the field's missing gets telephone added to it, again with a BR for the line break. If password is missing, then we add password to it, and if password confirm is missing, then confirm password gets added to fields missing. Then we check if fields missing is not an empty string. Then we add to error message the following fields are missing, and then we append to that fields missing. If you wanted, you could add a little bit of code that works out whether one or more fields are missing, so you get the correct singular or plural, but I'll just leave it like that for now. Okay, so let's have a look. What if we leave all of these blank then? Yep, we're getting the following fields are missing. Fantastic. So we should now be checking for a numeric telephone, for a valid email address, for matching passwords, and for all of these fields to be filled in. So we don't want to alert the message in that way. We want to be a bit more stylish than that. So what we'll do is inside our wrapper, at the beginning we'll have a div with an ID of error message. So that's where our error messages are going to go. And then once we've run through this whole process, if the variable error message is not an empty string, then we'll display the error to the user. So we'll do that using error message to select the error message div, and we'll set the HTML of that to error message. All right, let's take a look. Fantastic. That looks great. That's exactly the errors that I would expect. If we just add in some numbers and a couple of random passwords to mess things up a little bit. So we're still missing the email address, but the email address is also not valid and the passwords don't match. Fantastic. So just a couple of things to finish things off. I'm going to add a little bit of styling to error message. I'm going to make the text color red, and I'm going to make the font size a little bit smaller just so it looks a bit neater. So font size body is 130, so let's try 110, see how that looks. We have to make sure that it's obeying this one, and remember we've seen that if we put exclamation mark important, then that one will override any other CSS instructions. So let's have a look at that. Better, but still a bit large, I think. Let's go for 90%. Okay, I think that looks better. All right, so the final thing I want to add on is a nice friendly message if the user has finally been successful in this form. So that will happen when error message is empty. So we can just use an else here. And then let's give ourselves a success div. So success message, which is going to be pretty similar to error message, except it's going to be green. And the way I'm going to do success message, because there's only one success message, is I'm going to start it off hidden, and I'm going to put the content of the success message in here, which I'm happier with. I prefer to have the content in the HTML if possible. So you did it. Congratulations. Of course, normally we'd be redirecting someone to their logged in page and getting them to use the app or whatever service they're signing up for. But for now, we'll just show them a nice friendly message. So here, we'll take success message. Don't forget the hash. And all we need to do is show it. We could use CSS here to display it, but show is easy enough. And actually, I also want to hide error message, because we don't want those error messages still displaying. once the user has got it right. Wonderful. So let's take a final look. So I'm going to put in hopefully correct answers to each of these. Sign up, and there we go. You did it. Congratulations. Maybe a touch of padding on the bottom there. Or margin would do as well. There we go. Better. Brilliant. So I hope you had fun with that. And as always, I hope you managed to do at least some of it on your own. We're now going to shift gears slightly and look at the jQuery UI plugin and how we can use that to create some fancy user interface elements really easily. And we'll be working towards our big jQuery project at the end of this section, which is Code Player. I'll tell you more about that later on. Now that we've mastered form validation, we're going to move on to something a little different. At the beginning of this section, I mentioned that one of the great advantages of using something like jQuery is the huge number of plugins that are built for it, and I showed you some of those to whet your appetite. So for the next few videos, we're going to look in a bit more detail at one of those plugins to give you a bit of an idea how you might integrate plugins into your websites and use the documentation provided to get set up and to customize your installation exactly how you need it. So let's start by jumping over to jQueryui.com and just reminding ourselves what it is. Got a nice definition there. jQuery UI is a curated set of user interface interactions, effects and widgets and themes built on top of jQuery. So we're just going to go through a few of those. Essentially, we'll select some of the most popular options from the left there, and we'll look at the documentation in a little bit of detail to see how you can set up not only the default draggable, droppable, resizable widgets, etc., but also customize them to behave exactly how you want them to. So here's a quick little challenge for you. Can you work out how to integrate the jQuery UI JavaScript into your web page? I'll give you a clue. It's a very similar process to how we integrated jQuery in the first place. So think back to that. Best of luck. All right, hope you managed it. Your eye should have been caught by this quick downloads option here, and I would have recommended going for the stable download. So I'm going to download it again directly into my jQuery folder. You can see it's a zip file here, so we're not certain exactly what it's going to contain, but I'm going to click on it there to unzip it, and then so this gives us a jQuery UI folder which has a bunch of CSS and JavaScript as well as some images. And this index.html looks to me like it will be an example page. So let's have a look. Open with Google Chrome. We'll see what's going on there. There we go. So we can see that jQuery UI is installed and working here. So let's have a quick look at the code, which we do using right-click or control-click and view page source. So at the top here you can see that we've got a style sheet, jQuery-ui.css, linked there. So let's pop that in. Our code. Remember, it's in a subfolder, so we need to give it the correct location. I'm going to rename that subfolder just so it's a bit simpler to just jQuery-ui. So we want jQuery-ui / jQueryui.css. Okay, there's some custom styles there. We don't need those. What we really want is the jQuery UI JavaScript, which I suspect is at the bottom of the page here. There we go. So that's pretty straightforward. This is linking to jQuery, which we've already got set up on our page just there. So we don't need to do that, but we do need, of course, the jQuery UI JavaScript. I like to keep my JavaScript together away from my CSS. So there's jQuery. We just need to add again the subfolder jQuery UI and then the JavaScript. Okay, so notice I figured that out just by looking at the download. There is of course instructions on the site for getting started, and you may have found those scrolling down a little and then clicking on the Getting Started guide, and that would just lead you through the process of downloading, etc. But generally, if you're wanting to dive in with a new jQuery plugin, my advice is just download it and look through the files to see if you can get it set up yourself. Okay, so I'm just going to do a final test to see if this has all worked. I'm going to get rid of the custom styles from my form and everything else down there as well. We'll leave the script. Code. There we go. So final challenge then to test that this has been set up correctly. Can you set up a jQuery draggable element? I'll give you a clue. If you click View Source on jQuery.com, you'll get something that you should be able to copy and edit to meet your needs. Go for it. All right, I hope you managed that. Some of you may have noticed that you could have just copied and pasted this whole code and popped it into your HTML file, but that would have been slightly against the spirit of the thing. So let's try and do it ourselves. It certainly looks to me like the key line that we're interested in here is this one here, which looks to me like it takes the element with an ID of draggable and makes it draggable by applying the draggable function to it. So let's just copy that line of code and paste that into our script tags, and then let's just make an ID of draggable. And I'll just put some text in it. And with any luck, if we've connected everything up right, we'll be able to drag that around. There we go. So that's how easy it is to get started. As I've said, in the next couple of videos, we'll look at some other jQuery UI features in a bit more detail, specifically how we can customize them. And remember, the main reason for doing this is not to become jQuery UI experts, but it's to see how to use online documentation for things like jQuery plugins in order to apply them to your sites to make them more interactive, more powerful, and more fun to use. And we'll be starting with resizables. So continuing our tour around the jQuery UI, so far we've set up a div with some text in it and we've made it draggable by applying the draggable function to it. And now we can drag it wherever we like. So what if we wanted to customize the way in which this was draggable, for example? We might want to only be able to drag it up and down, not left and right. Let's see if there's a way to do that. So here's the draggable page on jQueryUI.com. If we have a look down at the examples on the right, we've got constrain movement. And this first example only allows you to be dragged up and down, and this one only left and right. So quick challenge, can you see the code? Work out how to apply that in our case to make our text only draggable vertically. Go for it. Okay, did you do it? Let's have a look. View source. There we go. So your eye should shift past all of this really, because we're not that interested in the styles. What we really want is this here. So it looks like if we add an option of axis and set it equal to Y, that will only allow it to be scrolled in the Y axis, i.e. the vertical axis. So let's have a look at that. So now we can drag only up and down. And of course, if I wanted to change that to horizontal, then that would apply as well. So I'm going to leave that there so you can see it in action. Let's have a little look at some of the other draggable options. So this one can be dragged about, but only within a certain area. And that one can only be dragged about within its small box as well. So can you figure out how to do that in our case? Did you manage it? Once again, it looks like it's quite straightforward. We can just set the containment parameter to a particular ID, or indeed just the parent, which looks like the simplest option for us. So let's check that out. See if we can make that happen. So we'll need a div which will be our box. So I'm going to be naughty and put some inline styles in there. So we'll just have width 400 pixels, height 300 pixels, and background color yellow. So have a little look. There we go. Great. And then inside that div, we'll have a little paragraph that says, I'm stuck in the box. And then, because that's our only paragraph, we can select it using a P. And then we want to apply draggable to it, and we want to set the containment parameter to parent. All right, let's give it a go. And indeed, we can only drag it in the box, which is great. Interestingly, we can only drag it up and down as well. Can you think about why that might be the case? I hope you figured that out. It's because we used a paragraph tag here, and a paragraph tag by default stretches across the whole width of its container. So I can't drag the paragraph left and right because it is already at the whole width of the box. So if I change the paragraph to a span, which doesn't span the whole width, then that should fix the issue, and now I can drag it up and down and also left and right. But I'm still stuck in the box. Alright, so there's obviously a lot more options we can do, but the last thing I want to show you about draggables is the API documentation. So we've been working from examples here, which is all well and good, but sometimes you need a bit more than examples to work out exactly what's going on. And that's what the API documentation is for. And here you can see all the details of all the different things that we can do. So I'm not going to go into this in great detail, but for example, one of the options we can apply is to choose whether or not a certain class is applied, whether or not the draggable helper is added, etc., etc. And we've already seen the axis option. So that's where you get a lot more detail, and usually some nice examples as well that you can see exactly how it works. All right, so let's jump back over and look at another jQuery interaction, resizable. So this one looks pretty straightforward. We can just resize an object using a little handle in the corner there. So can you create a resizable div in our code? Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. It's pretty straightforward. Again, we just apply the resizable function to our div. So let's create a div. Just as they've done, we'll give it an ID of resizable, and then we'll select it with JavaScript. Or in fact, we can just paste that straight in. So we're selecting the resizable div by its ID, and we're applying the resizable function to it. I'm just going to have a quick bit of style there for my resizable div, and we'll have width 100 pixels, height 100 pixels, and background color blue. Okay, there you go. So you can see we've got the handle right there for us, and we can of course drag this about. Great. Let's have a quick look at a couple of the options here. I think snap to grid could be very useful in some situations. So obviously there you're restraining the possible set of sizes. And then we can do that just by setting the grid property to 50. So let's do that here. Grid is 50. So that's 50 pixels for the grid width. There we go. We could also resize another element at the same time. There we go, just like that. Let's see how we do that. So we just add an option of also resize along with the selector for the element that we want to also resize, and we set the other element to be resizable as well. So let's try that. So we'll have div with an ID of also, just as they've done, and that's going to be quite similar in style to my initial one, but we'll make it red. And then we just need to add the property here. I'm going to put them on separate lines as we've seen before, with commas separating them. And then we want also resize, and we want to also resize the also div, the one with the also ID. And then remember, we just need to apply the resizable command to also as well. All right, let's have a look. Fantastic. So notice that grid only actually applies to the first one, but the second one does resize smoothly. Okay, so one final thing. What if you wanted something to happen when the width hit a certain size? You might be resizing this rectangle, and when the user goes above a certain width, you might want to change the page layout in some way. Well, a word should be coming into your mind when you're thinking of doing things like that, and that is a callback function, as we've seen before. So we're going to need to see how to find a callback function on our resize. Let's have a look again at the API documentation. And you can see we've got a bunch of options, which is what we've looked at so far. We've got methods, which are like functions that we can apply to our resizable. So we can destroy it, we can disable it, enable it, etc. And we've got events, and these are things that happen usually during the resize. So this is when it's created, this is when it's been resized, and when the resizing is started or stopped. So what we're interested in is doing something when it hits a certain size. So that's going to happen when it's been resized. So this is a JavaScript or jQuery event. We want to do something when that event happens. So you can see we've got various options again. I'm going to look for a code example. And this is then the crucial bit that we need here. So we've seen this before when we've done callback functions. This looks for a resize event, and when a resize event happens, we run a certain function. So that's what we're interested in here. So let's jump back over and see if we can apply that to our original resizer or resizable. So for now, let's just alert hello when the element has been resized. Let's see what that does. Oh, have to get the right one. There we go. So it's alerted hello when we've completed a resize. We said that we wanted to do something if it reaches a certain width. So we'd have to get the width of our resizable. We know how to do that. We just select it in the usual way, resizable, and we get the width. This is particularly useful for us because it returns a number rather than if we use CSS width, then that will return the number plus px, which we're not particularly interested in here. We'd have to remove the px. So this is just a number, so we can then check to see if the width is greater than, for example, 300. And for now, what we'll do is just alert big enough. Something like that. So let's have a look. Once we get to bigger than 300, we get to big enough. And notice I didn't stop the resizing. I'm still resizing, and we still get this pop up here. So this is how we add a callback function to our resizable to do something when it's been resized. All right, now we're going to move on and look at an element that was designed with a callback function in mind, and that is the droppable interaction. Great, so we've looked at draggables and resizables. Remember, our main aim here is to be comfortable with using documentation and examples to achieve what we want using, in this case, jQuery plugins. Now we've just got a couple more videos to go before we can do our big jQuery project code player. But here I'm going to set you a challenge. Can you create a little square and a big square, 2 different colors, and then make it so that you can drag the little square around, and when you drop it into the big square, you get an alert. Go for it. Okay, I hope you managed it. The idea, of course, was to use the droppable interaction in the jQuery UI. Let's find it. There it is. So this has got this built-in that we can drag the first one around and then drop it into the second. So really all you need to do is understand how this works and then apply it to the example that I gave you. So let's have a look at the source of this example, which does everything that we want, except instead of alerting, the background goes yellow. So we're going to need to add our alert in instead. So let's have a look. First off, we make the first element draggable. That's fairly straightforward. We've seen that before. Then we make the second element droppable. And all we need to do is add a drop function and then run some code when that drop happens, and that's going to be where our alert goes. So pretty straightforward, right? Let's try it out. So we'll start almost from scratch because we're going to want those 2 boxes. So we'll leave resizable and also, but I'm going to rename them so it makes a bit more sense. So we'll have draggable and droppable. And draggable is going to be small and droppable will be big. Let's have a look. Okay, so that's what we want. Of course, I can't do any dragging or dropping as yet. What I want to do is take my draggable element and make it draggable. All right, let's just check that that works first off. Excellent. So it's draggable, but it's not yet droppable. So now it's just a matter of putting in our droppable code. So let's apply this to our droppable div. And now this is where we need to add the code here. So I need to copy everything between the two parentheses. I'm going to copy the whole lot and then explain it as we go through it. Let's have a look. So we're adding a drop function. And in fact, I'm going to get rid of this code because that's all specific to their example. So all we need to edit is what we want to happen when the drop happens. And this is it. So this is a function. Notice we've got event and UI here. They are parameters that will be returned and we can refer to if we want to. Let's have a little look and just see what they are. We'll need to look at the documentation for that. So we're working with an event here, and the event that we're working with is drop. And you can see here we've got event, and this will tell you what type of event has happened. Now the event, as we can see in the documentation here, is something like blur, focus, load, resize, etc. Now we've got a click option here, which may be what returns in this case, but what we're really doing is unclicking. We're lifting up our mouse to drop the object. So we'll have a look in a minute and see what event is actually returned, but that's not particularly important for us. The UI allows you to access various other bits of information. So if you had a number of items that could be droppable here, then we could access the item which was dropped so we'd know which one it was. And you can see we've got a helper object here as well. We can access the CSS position of the draggable helper and also the offset position of that object as well. So I wouldn't worry too much about these. I doubt you're going to need them unless you're doing anything particularly advanced, but they are information that we can access in our function if we want to. The main thing that we want to do though is just have an alert. So that's pretty straightforward, and I'll just say dropped. So let's take a look. So we can drag it around, pop it in there, and we get our alert. Fantastic. So I hope you managed to figure out how to do at least most of that yourself. One of the challenges of working with documentation is figuring out how far your understanding needs to go. And that will be definitely up to you and your situation and your personality as well. You might be the sort of person that really wants to be clear on what event and UI are, or you might not care at all as long as it works. But you need to be able to sort through the example code and all of the API examples to get what you need. All right, let's just have a quick look then and see what event has been returned here. So alerting it didn't give us anything particularly useful because it's an object. So let's see if we log it to the console, maybe that will give us more of a clue as to what it actually involves. So I've just dragged it in and then control click or right click and inspect. And let's have a look at the console. So you can see we've got our event there. And here we go. We've actually got a lot of information in. So I'm not going to go through what all of this information is. Some of it you can probably work out. Most of it you're not going to be even remotely interested in. The thing I was particularly looking for was the type of event. And so it is in fact a drop. What you might be interested in is the to element, as I mentioned. So that tells you the element that has been dragged to it. And as well as the drop element that was dragged to. All right, so loads more information than you probably were interested in there. We'll go back to alert dropped for our sample code. The main point, once again, is that you need to be able to navigate the documentation to get the information that you need and be willing to put to one side the information that you don't need. All right, so one more video before we make our code player project is just looking at a couple of the widgets, and those are accordion and sortables. Alright, so having looked at droppables, we're going to look at two of the jQuery UI widgets before we make our code player project. So the first one is accordion, and let's have a quick look first off and see what that means, and then I'll challenge you to make one yourself. So accordions are pretty simple. They look like this. They're a way of condensing a large amount of information into a relatively small space, and then the user can select which bit they're interested in reading at any one time. So they're quite useful. Our challenge then is just to recreate this more or less, but do it ourselves with our own text. So I'm going to give that to you. Go for it. All right, let's have a look then. See how they've done it. So the jQuery looks pretty straightforward. We just apply the accordion to the accordion div, and the div then contains as obviously an ID of accordion and then an h3 and then a div within it. And it looks like that's all we need. So let's try and recreate that structure. See if we can make it work. So we have a div ID of whatever we like, but accordion makes sense. And then within the accordion, we have an h3, which I'll just call title. And then we have a div with some content in it. I'm going to have some lorem ipsum, which you may remember is some Latin that we can use to generate some random text, which just makes our sample websites look good before our client has given us their website copy. All right, let's copy and paste that then. So we've got it a few more times, and let's have a look. Oh, that's very good. Of course, I've forgotten my bit of JavaScript here. Should be pretty simple. We just want to take the accordion element and apply the accordion function to it. And just before I run that, you might have noticed that I've managed to spell accordion wrong in each of those. Easily done, and would result in absolutely nothing happening because we have to spell the accordion function correctly. Let's take a look. All right, there we go. So it was indeed as simple as that. And with just one line of jQuery, we've got a really nice accordion effect there. It's worth speaking briefly about these styles. These are the default jQuery UI styles, but you can apply different styles using the jQuery UI themes. So you can see here, for example, they've applied the smoothness theme. And if you do a quick search for jQuery UI themes, there are a number of them out there that you can use, or you could actually start with something like this and create your own if you wanted something completely custom. Your final challenge then, before we move on to our code player project, is to create a sortable list using jQuery UI. Simple as that. Go for it. All right, hope you managed it. Let's see how we do it. It's up here where it says sortable. And very simply, we can just sort our elements into a certain order. I've actually used this in a few websites. It's a nice user interaction model. So let's have a quick look at the source. So we've got two instructions here. The first one makes sense. We're setting it to be sortable using the sortable function. And then we're doing the slightly strange disable selection. So let's firstly do things without that to see how it works. and then see why disable selection might be important. Okay, and then we've got a unordered list and a bunch of LIs with a bunch of spans and classes, which I don't think we need. So I'm going to try it without them. So let's do it under my accordion. We'll have a UL, again with an ID of sortable. And let's just put in some list items. I'll use my usual list items. Rob, Kirsten, Tommy, and Ralphie. All right, and then we just run our JavaScript or our jQuery. We're going to apply to the sortable div the function sortable. All right, let's refresh and take a look. So we've got a very normal looking list there, but we can indeed sort it. Wonderful. And I trust then that you could also extend that, and if you wanted something to happen when the user has resorted, then you could do that with a callback function, which you would find in the API documentation. Okay, so that's as far as we're going to go looking into the various different interactions and widgets, but there really are a bunch of very, very useful widgets here. The date picker, for example, is something that you've probably seen on several websites and is really useful. Autocomplete, that's something I mentioned again at the beginning of this chapter. That's a really useful thing to be able to do, and you can do it just straight away with jQuery UI. And feel free to have a click around and see how you might use some of these in the sites that you're working on. Brilliant. So that takes us to the end of our jQuery UI tour, and indeed to the jQuery section. So all that remains is to make what will probably be the biggest project so far, and that is Code Player. Let's find out what it is and how you're going to make it in the next video. So congratulations on making it to the end of the jQuery section of the Complete Web Developer course. We've gone from introducing jQuery and showing you why you might want to learn a JavaScript framework. Then we recreated a lot of the JavaScript techniques that we'd learned in the previous section in jQuery, and we saw that they were generally shorter, easier to read, and easier to extend and improve in jQuery. Then we moved on and we did some fancy animation and fading with jQuery, which was really easy. We saw how we could use jQuery and Ajax to build an interactive website that didn't require any page refreshes, which is really the most powerful thing that we've learned in this section. Then we learned about regular expressions and we did some form validation. And finally, we looked in detail at jQueryui.com as an example of a jQuery plugin and how we might use the general skills of looking at documentation and extracting the bits of code that we need to make our websites do what we want them to quickly and easily. So that's jQuery for you. I hope you like it. And now I'm going to give you an opportunity to practice what you've learned by building a project which I call Code Player. Now, if you remember back to the beginning of the course, I talked about how you might want to share the code that you're writing with others, either to get feedback or bug fixes, or to just share a good technique. And one of the websites I showed you was jsbin.com, which is a great way of doing that. And this is more or less what we're going to recreate with our Code Player. So we're going to build a slightly simplified version of this. It's going to have all the core functionality, that is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript panels, which appear and disappear as you click on them. We're going to miss out the console because that just adds unnecessary complexity at this point, I think, and we're going to have the output there on the right as well. So let me show you the final version of what we're going to produce, and then you can have a go at producing it yourself. So you can see the design of my version is pretty similar to JSBin. I've simplified it and I've renamed it to Code Player. But other than that, we've got the core toggle buttons at the top and then the two content frames here as well. And the toggle buttons, of course, work really well. We can switch off HTML, switch off CSS, and also JavaScript. So we've got all four happening at once here. And just like with JSBin, as soon as I change anything here, it's updated immediately in the output window over here. Exactly the same with styles and JavaScript. There we go. So that's basically it. As always, there's a couple of things that we haven't seen before, but they're pretty minor and you should be able to Google to get the answers. So have a go at it. Best of luck. Hope you managed to come up with something pretty close to this. But of course, as always, I'll show you how I solve the problems after the pause. Good luck. All right then. Hope that went well. Here we go. So let's get our basic framework up here. There we are. And then let's clear our file. Let's start with a look at jsbin.com and look at the overall style and layout of the page. We're going to want a bar up the top here with HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and output buttons. And then I'd like to have Code Player as a little logo on the left there. And then below that, we want the rest of the screen to be divided into the 4 panes, which we're going to toggle on and off with those buttons. So I'm going to start by creating this top panel here, mostly using CSS. We'll move on to the main area after that. All right, so let's see if I can get that background get gray color first off, using my color dropper or color picker that we've seen before. So I want to pick a color from the page, and the color is, looks like 1D, 1D, 1D. Oh, I've copied the wrong color, but I can remember the right one. Okay, so let's have a div with an ID of, let's call it header or top bar or something like that. And then within that, I want to have my logo on the left, which is just going to be a simple text code player, but I want that to appear on the left. And then I'm going to want a collection of these divs or buttons. I think I'm going to call them divs, and then that'll be easier to style them exactly how I want. So let's have a div to be our button container. And then within that, we'll have our buttons. So I'll give it a class of toggle button. And the first one's going to be HTML. And we'll need IDs for each of these as well, because we'll need to do something when each of them are pressed. So let's have our first one with a class of toggle button ID of HTML. Second one, class of toggle button ID of CSS. Third one, ID of JavaScript. And the fourth one with an ID of output. So in terms of content, that's all I need for my top bar. So let's see how it looks without any styling. Not great. Not to worry though, we can fix that easily enough. So first off, let's add our necessary styles. I'm going to change the body font to just a simple sans serif. Great. And then let's work our way down our HTML elements, applying our styles to them. So our header div, we want to have a width of 100%. A background color of, do you remember what it was? I think it was 1D, 1D, 1D. Let's just have a look. Nope, it definitely wasn't that. So I think we'll need to pull out the whole width to get what we need. There we go. All ease by the looks of it. Okay, that's better. We definitely want to get rid of any padding there. So let's add padding is 0 and margin is 0 to the body. There we go. But I think we can have a bit of padding in the header. So let's start with a padding of 5 pixels. Okay, that's beginning to look nice. And I'm going to leave my logo stylings for the moment because I want to see how much space I've got once I've styled the buttons. So let's style my button container next. And the main thing I want to do is center it and give it a certain width. So let's start with a width of 200 pixels. We'll probably need to increase that a little bit, but we'll see how it goes. And you'll probably remember a margin of 0 auto is what we need to center it. There we go. Obviously it doesn't look centered there, but that's okay because these are just aligned to the left. So the whole thing goes from about there to about there. All right, now let's apply some styles to our toggle buttons. The main thing we're going to want them to do is float left so that they happen one after the other. Great, that reminds me that we'll need to make the logo float left as well. So that everything is in line. And that means we're going to need a height for our header. Let's go for 20 pixels for the moment. We'll probably need to increase that a little bit. Okay, so it's already looking a lot better than what we started with. The main thing we're going to need next is this nice button styling. So let's apply that. First off, we'll have a border of 1px solid grey. Okay. Not beautiful yet, but we'll get there. Let's increase our width there to 300 pixels. Let's introduce some padding. So let's try 4 pixels, see how that looks. Okay, not bad. Now you can see that we've got a kind of double border there, because we've got the left border and the right borders together. And that's one thing that we don't want. So let's fix that by setting the border right to be none. And that then fixes that problem whilst introducing another problem that we don't have one on the right. But that's okay, we can fix that easy enough. And we're actually going to need some custom stylings for HTML and output anyway, because we want those to have the nice rounded effect. So let's apply that. We'll add a special style for HTML. So we want a border top left radius of, let's try 4 pixels, and a border bottom left radius of 4 pixels as well. Lovely. And then similarly for output, the rightmost div. This time we want a border top right radius of 4 pixels. We want a border bottom right radius of 4 pixels. And we want a border right of 1px solid grey. Beautiful. Okay, I'm pretty happy with that. I think I want the text there to be a little bit smaller. So let's try setting the font size to 90%. Yep, I like that. And a little bit more padding. Great. Okay, you can spend a lot longer styling those as you wish, but I think that's good enough. Now that I've got these set up, I can change the width of my button container so it's correctly centered. So let's just experiment a little bit. Let's reduce it to 200 pixels. So that's too small, 230, still too small, 250 is big enough. So we essentially want to make this as small as we can without doubling up any of our rows. And then it will be correctly centered. There we go. So 233 is what we want. Great. So now our buttons look good. Obviously the header bar is not quite as high as I'd like. We could fix that with a width, with a height, I mean. So let's experiment with that. 30 pixels. That looks actually pretty bang on. That'll do. So now let's just change the logo to have a font weight of bold. And let's try a font size of 120%. See how that looks. I think that's fine. We'll then give it a little bit of padding to move it around. So let's try 3 pixels at the top and 5 pixels left and right. I think that looks pretty good. Obviously it's not great styling, but it does the job. All right, so now we're more or less done with our top bar in terms of its layout and stylings. The next thing I'm going to look at is setting up the jQuery to apply the necessary effects in terms of the hovering and whether each item is selected. So let's set up the hovering first of all. We're going to do that with a bit of jQuery. And we want to apply our jQuery to all the toggle buttons. So we use the dot or period for our class selector. And we want to select toggle button. And you may remember the jQuery command hover, which is perfect for what we want here. And what we want to do is when the user hovers over one of these, we want to turn the background slightly darker. So we want to apply it to the one that the user is hovering over. And we do that using this, as we saw a few videos ago. And we want to set the background color to, let's just try gray, see how that looks. All right, that hasn't done anything. Not to panic. Let's inspect and see if we've got a problem in our jQuery somewhere. Ah, yes, in fact, my jQuery is completely wrong, isn't it? I've forgotten to say that we're defining a function here. And then we need to finish off our function down there. All right, let's try that again. Okay, that's better. So that works really well. One problem, obviously, that we've got here is that we're making the background color gray, but then we're not changing it back to what it was when the hover stops. That's not something we've seen how to do before, but it would be surprising if there wasn't something built into the jQuery hover function that could cope with that. So I'm just going to Google jQuery hover and let's have a look at the documentation and see if there's an easy way to deal with that. Aha, so it's looking like we've got a handler in and a handler out. So it is perfect for what we need. Bind two handlers to the matched elements to be executed when the mouse pointer enters and leaves the elements. So let's have a look at that example there. So it looks like all we need to do is add two functions. The first one will happen on the hover, and then the second one will happen when the user stops hovering. So that should be simple enough. So there's our first function. So we want to add the second one right after that. And that's going to do something very similar. So it's just going to take the CSS of this, so that is the element that's been hovered over, and set the background color back to the big string of E's that it was before. Okay, let's have a look. Much better. Great. Finally here, we need to have our buttons go blue when they are selected. And we want to have initially HTML and output selected. So the way I'm going to deal with that is have a class known as, or that I will call active. And we'll apply the active class when the user has selected to view whichever button we're talking about. So initially we want HTML and output to be active, but the others not. So let's decide our stylings. Oops. Actually, all we want is for the background color to be that nice shade of blue. So I'm going to have problems getting that with my color picker because it's going to overwrite it, I suspect. But I think it's the same as this shade of blue here. So I'm just going to use that shade of blue. Let's have a look. So we want to set the background color of anything with an active class to that blue. Wonderful. And finally, I want to make it so that when the user clicks on one of these, it becomes blue, or stops being blue if it was already blue. And I'm actually wondering if there might be a better way to do that. You'll notice that when we remove our hover, we lose the blue, which makes sense because we've set the background color back to the string of E's, which is the light gray. So actually, would it be better to have a class for this, essentially a highlighted class, and then toggle that class on the hover? Let's have a look. So we'll call it highlighted button. And all it is it's going to have a background color of gray. And then when we hover over, we want to add the class of highlighted button. And then when we stop hovering over, we want to remove the class of highlighted button. Now, add class and remove class are not functions that we've seen before, but with a little bit of Googling, you could get there. And then the advantage of this is it adds the class, but then it removes the class. So it retains whatever styling it had before. So that's a better way of doing it than just manually changing the background color. It also does a better job of keeping our styles and our code separate, so we don't have any hard-coded colors in our JavaScript. Great. So then we just need to make it so that when the user clicks, it adds or removes the active class. So that should be pretty straightforward. When the toggle button is clicked, we want to run a function, and this time we want to toggle the blue class. So I'm going to do a quick search for jQuery toggle class, because I think there's probably a way of doing it that makes that easy. Yep, look, we've got a toggle class function there. Let's have a look at an example. So toggle class looks to me like it's just going to add the class if it's not there and remove it if it is there. So that's perfect. So we want to take the element that's been clicked on and we want to toggle the class of active. And this should add the class of active, which will make the background blue if it's not there, and it'll remove it. There we go, if it is there. Brilliant. The only slightly odd behavior there is that when we initially click, we've still got that background color of gray, so we don't see that it's been selected until we remove the mouse pointer. So to get around that, I'm just going to remove the highlighted button class whenever the user clicks on it. So that should give it a quicker bit of feedback. So if I now click there, you can see straight away that that's selected. If I click again, you can see straight away that it's not selected. Great. So now we've got our buttons behaving in the way we want to. Now the real challenge comes. We need to actually make the main content of the page. Let's start off by getting our HTML and output looking right and working correctly. Then we'll add in our CSS and JavaScript. So I'm going to make the HTML a text area and the output a div. So let's make that happen. So underneath the header section, we'll have a div. I'll just call it body container. And the first thing that we'll have there is a text area. It will have an ID of HTML text area. And let's give it a little bit of initial content. Hello world. All right, there we go. Very good. Let's next sort out the width and height. The only text areas I have are all going to have the same styles, so we're just going to style it using text area, but you could put a class in there if you prefer. And we want a width of initially 50% and a height of 100%. Let's have a look at that. Now that looks pretty good, but if we scroll down, you can see we've actually got a little bit more text area than we want. And that's because it's setting the height of the text area to the whole height of the page, which is not what we want. So as always, there's a number of ways to fix that. But as we're in a jQuery section, let's figure it out with jQuery. What we really want is the height of this text area to be equal to the height of the user's page minus the height at the top here. So what we don't know how to do there is get the page height. So let's have a quick Google. I'm sure there's a way to do it. Okay, so dot height we're aware of. Aha! Looks like that second one is actually what we want. So window height. So string and then window selects the window. Do we want the window height or the document height though? So looking at those definitions, we want the window height, the height of the user's screen. Okay, so let's set the text area height to be equal to the window height minus the height of the header. So that is header dot height. So we're setting the text area height to be equal to the height of the window minus the height of the header. Let's just have a look, and we'll just get rid of the CSS height command so we can see clearly what's going on. And you may have noticed I've forgotten my parentheses after height there. Okay, that's still a little bit large. I suspect that's down to some padding, so I'm going to subtract. Let's try an extra 10 pixels and see how that looks. Extra 15, that looks just about right. We also don't want this to be resizable, so let's see if there's an easy way to make text areas not resizable. There we go. Again, this is something we haven't done before, so we'll do a quick Google to find out how to do it. There we go. How to disable resizable property of text area. That looks very promising. Let's have a look. Resize is none. Okay, that should do it. So let's have a look. Excellent. So now no longer resizable. Wonderful. So now let's just add in our output. And actually, thinking about it, I think making it an iframe will be a lot easier because we want to be able to process code in this iframe. And that's a lot easier to do in an iframe than a div. So let's have an iframe with an ID of output. And just thinking about it there, I would like to have the same word after each of these, so after HTML, CSS and JavaScript, so that it's easy when someone clicks on them to find the corresponding element down here. So I think I'm going to change text area there to panel, just so that I can use the same word for all of them when I need to display or hide them later on. Okay, and let's just have a look at that. All right, it's sort of in the right place, but we've got a little bit of work there. So let's have a panel class for each of those. I think the only thing we'll need for all of them is a float left, and actually that width being 50% could be in the panel class as well. Now that makes the iframe disappear completely, or does it? It's actually gone underneath because it's slightly too wide now, and that's because, remember, the width being 50%, a little bit of padding is added on to that, and similarly with the iframe. So the total width here is slightly more than 100%, which is why the iframe goes below the text area. So again, a number of ways to fix that, but I'm going to do it with jQuery, just like we did down here. So this time we're going to take our panel class and apply the width, or we're going to change the width of it to the window width. This time we don't want to get rid of a header, but we do want to divide it by 2. And then we want to subtract a certain number from that, which will be equal to our padding. There we go. So that looks a lot better. Let's just reduce that number as much as we can. I think that looks fine. And similarly, we can actually change the text area there to panel, because we want to change the iframe height as well. So that will then stretch the iframe all the way down to the bottom. The iframe, however, I don't think we need a border on at all. So let's remove that. There we go. And that actually makes me want to remove the border from the HTML at the top there. So let's add a border top none to our text areas. And that's now a bit striking as well. So I'm going to change the border color to grey. Great, I think that's a bit neater. Great. Now we just need to get the HTML to display in our iframe. This is something we haven't done before. So let's try something like iframe change HTML content. This looks good. We've changed the URL before, but we haven't changed the contents. There we go. So it looks like we can take the iframe and then just change the contents like that. They're changing the contents of a specific div, but we're going to change the contents of the whole thing. So let's just copy that code. Initially, let's just run this command when the page loads. I don't want to update a particular div. I want to update the whole HTML of the iframe. So I want to find the HTML tag and replace it with, just for now, my HTML. There we go. Great. So we've changed the code of the iframe, and you can see that we've got none of the same styles as for the rest of the page here, because this is a iframe within it, so it doesn't take on the styles, which is actually ideal for what we want, because then the user can use their own styles. All right. So it's all very well to make it update when the page loads, but we also want it to update when the user updates their content. And of course, we want to update it with their content, not my HTML every time. So first off, let's get the contents of the HTML text area. So that's just HTML panel and then .val to get the value. So let's just check that that works. Excellent. So it's now updating there. What we'd really like is for this to update immediately as we're typing our code. And for that, we'd need an event to trigger every time the text area was updated. So again, that's something we haven't done before. So let's see if there's a way to do it. jQuery event when text area updated, something like that. How can I bind the change event of a text area in jQuery? Gotta love Stack Overflow. So that top result looks good, but just having a look further down, bind is deprecated, so this looks ideal for us. So it selects a text area, and then on certain events happening, then a function will take place. And so they're fairly obvious. We've got change, we've got key up, so that's when the user lifts their fingers off a key, or when the user pastes something in. So this should cover every event of our text area changing. So let's add that code in, so we can select all of our text areas, even though we've only got one. And when that happens, we want this to update. Let's have a look. That's pretty awesome. And we could even put some HTML code in here. And it will apply that immediately. So this is pretty powerful, being able to do something as soon as the user changes the contents of a text area, or that would work just as well with an input as well. Great, so we're making pretty good progress. All we've got left to do is to bring in the CSS and JavaScript panels. So let's add them in as text areas. So we want a CSS panel and a JavaScript panel. And we'll have a little bit of demo CSS and JavaScript to get us started. So in our JavaScript, we'll just have alert, hi there. And in our CSS, we'll have some green standard text or paragraph text. Right, and initially we want those to be hidden. So let's have a hidden class, which will have a display property of none. So if we have a look at that, they won't display initially. But what we want, of course, is that when we click CSS, that the CSS appears. So we've already got a function that happens when the toggle button is clicked. So what we want to do is show or hide the respective panel when that button is clicked. So there's a few things that we'll need for this. We'll need to get the ID of the panel that we want to show or hide. And to get that, we'll need the ID of the button that was clicked. So to get the ID of the button that was clicked, we use this.attr for attributes and then ID. And then we're going to want to add the word panel onto the end of that. Because remember, we've got HTML panel, CSS panel, etc. Note there's a capital P there. So to keep our code reasonably readable, let's create a variable called panel ID, which is going to be the ID of the panel that we're going to show and hide. And let's just alert it quickly to make sure that we've got the right thing. Yep, that looks good. Okay, so then we can use the jQuery selector to select hash and then panel ID. And we want to toggle the class. And the class we want to toggle is, I forgot what I call it, hidden. There we go. So let's have a look. If we now click HTML, you can see the HTML disappears and then it comes back. Wonderful. Incidentally, there is actually a jQuery function called toggle, which just displays or hides an element. So that's a little bit neater than toggle class in this case, because you don't actually need the class because the command is built into jQuery. Now you might be anticipating a problem we're going to have though. If we try and bring in the CSS panel, then that works great, but what it doesn't do is change our widths. Obviously, if we've got 3 panels, each of which have a width of 50%, that's going to go over the top width allowed on our page. So we're going to need to make the panels narrower the more we have of them. Fortunately, we have some code to do that, and that's this command here. So this changes the panel width. The problem is we're going to have to work out how many panels are being displayed at any one time. Now we could do that with a variable and then keep track of it and add one to it and subtract one to it each time an item is toggled, but I think there's a slightly neater way to do it. And that is if we could find a way in jQuery to count the number of elements with a certain class, that would give us the answer that we needed. So if we make that class hidden and go back from toggle to toggle class, so it was useful after all, then we could count the number that are hidden and subtract that from 4 to get the number that are active. So let's see if we can find a way to do that. jQuery count elements with a certain class. Counting elements by class. That looks good. And there we go. Once again, we see how easy and obvious jQuery is. We just use something like that. So we select the class that we want, and then we look for the length of that variable, and that will tell us the number of items with that class. So let's create another variable called number of active panels, and that's going to be equal to 4, which is our maximum possible, take away the number of inactive panels, which is the panels with the hidden class. And then instead of dividing by 2, we're going to divide by the number of active panels. So that should divide by 2 initially, and then 3 if we have 3, 4 if we have all 4. Let's take a look. Excellent. So now it's dividing it into 3 panels, add in JavaScript, and we get all 4. Fabulous. I hope you followed that bit. There was some quite complicated code there. Feel free to rewind the video and just watch that bit again if it was a little bit unclear. Okay, we can now see that we've got some slight issues with our borders there. So I'm just going to change panels to have a left border of none. Let's just have a look. Great, that looks a lot better. And there's also one issue that you might have imagined, that if we get rid of them all, then we're dividing by 4 take away 4, which is 0. Fortunately, this doesn't cause us a major problem because it means the JavaScript won't do anything here, but we don't need it to resize the width anyway because we've hidden everything. So actually it doesn't really matter, and we can just bring them back in the same way as before. All right, so we're pretty close now. What we need to do is to get our styles and JavaScript to happen in this iframe here. So let's head on down to where we would want that to happen. So at the moment, we're just putting in the contents of the HTML text area. So this is going to be a little bit messy, but it'll get the job done. What I'm going to do is manually put in our HTML page to insert our styles and our JavaScript. So I'm going to start with HTML and then head. We don't need a title because we're not displaying that anyway, but we do need some styles. So I'm going to have style and then type equals, and I'm going to use single quotes because I'm using double quotes for this whole string, and the type is text/CSS, and then I'm going to put in our CSS, which is the contents of the CSS panel. So it's CSS panel val, and then I'm going to end my styles. I'm going to end my head. I'm going to start my body. Then I'm going to have my HTML. And I'm going to leave the JavaScript for the moment for reasons that we'll see in a couple of minutes. But for now that I've got my body content, I'm going to close the body and close the HTML. So this should essentially create an inline HTML page with this content. So starting with HTML, then head, then it should put in all the styles that we've got in our CSS text area here. Then it closes the styles, closes the head, starts the body, puts the HTML panel content in, and then closes the body and closes HTML. So it will create a kind of full HTML page with the content and styling there. Let's not forget the close parenthesis there. And now we should find then that the HTML of the contents of our iframe should be updated to a full HTML file, essentially, with HTML and then a header with the style and then the styles of the CSS panel inserted there. Close the style, close the head, and start the body. Then put the HTML panel contents in there, and then close the body, close the HTML. So just to check that that is happening, let's update the HTML panel contents to contain a paragraph tag. Otherwise, the styles won't be applied to them. There we go. And now let's have a look. So we should now find when we update this, there we go. Now the styles are being applied as well as the content. Great. We want that, of course, to happen on page load as well. So one solution to do that would be to copy out iframe code and replace the update that we had at the beginning with that. But as we've seen, we don't like having two chunks of code that are exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is create a function called update output. Pretty straightforward, and that will just do the updating. And then we can call that both at the start of the page, when the page is loaded, and when we have any updates. So now when we run, we should find, yep, we get the styles applied as well on the initial setup. So now all that remains is our JavaScript. And this, as you might have gathered, is going to be slightly more complicated than applying the CSS. So what we can't do is just add a script tag here. You can feel free to try it, and it might even work in some browsers, but it definitely doesn't work in the version of Chrome that I'm working with here. And that's primarily for security reasons. Running JavaScript within an iframe is not considered ideal. And in fact, if you were making this site live and allowing people to actually use it, you'd want to be very careful about what JavaScript they were allowed to run here, because there are potentially ways to start running code on your server through a site like this. If you did have a project that did something like that and you wanted to do it securely, there's plenty of help out there. Google something like run JavaScript in iframe securely or something like that. The main thing is to bear in mind that executing JavaScript that your users can edit in an iframe on your server is a little bit risky, and you should take some security precautions. All right, so first off, how do we execute this JavaScript at all? What if we just wanted to run some random JavaScript that the user has entered? This is something that we haven't done before. So let's try searching for something like run a JavaScript string. Something like that, because essentially what we've got is a string and we want to run it as JavaScript. Okay, that eval function looks like it does what we need. Okay, fantastic. So eval just evaluates a string of JavaScript. Fabulous. That looks like it could be very useful for us. So let's try adding that to our update output function. So we'll just eval, and the thing we want to eval is the contents of the JavaScript panel. So let's get those. So we'll select the JavaScript panel and get the value. All right. And that actually did nothing. Why is that? Ah, yes. You can see, you may have spotted my deliberate mistake there. I forgot to close the double quotes on my JavaScript alert function. So let's try that again. There we go. Right, so we're running our JavaScript, which is great, but we're not quite done yet, because we're running the JavaScript on the original site at the moment, and we want to run it in the iframe. Now with something like an alert, that doesn't make any difference. But if the user actually wanted to update or do something with the contents of their iframe, then that wouldn't work here, because we're running the JavaScript in the original page, not within the iframe. So we need to run the JavaScript code on the iframe itself. Again, that's something that we haven't done before, so let's see if we can figure out how to do it. I think we're going to be using the eval command. So let's try eval JavaScript within iframe. Something like that. Okay, that first one looks pretty promising. Any way of getting JavaScript injected into an iframe without removing and reappending it? That is indeed what we want to do. Okay, so this is looking promising. We can take the iframe and look at the content window. So looking at that, we can get the iframe. We can already do that. We then get the iframe's content window, which is iWind in this example, and then we apply the evaluate function to that. Okay, that looks like just what we want to do. So let's do it using good old-fashioned JavaScript. Our iframe has an ID of output panel. So we can use our old friend get element by ID, and then a hash and output panel. And then looking over here, we want to use content window to access the content window. That's the contents of the iframe itself. And then we want to eval our code. So in fact, we can just copy this. And that will do essentially the same as what we had before, but it will evaluate the code within the iframe itself, not on the initial page. And just before we run that, you might have noticed I've made a mistake there, confusing my jQuery and JavaScript, which is very easily done, with JavaScript here. Because we're getting an element by ID, we don't need to put the hash in, we just put the ID itself in. All right, let's take a look. Hurrah! So our JavaScript is being run. Would be good to have confirmation that it is indeed being run inside the iframe though. So let's just quickly do that. We could give our paragraph here an ID of paragraph, and then we could edit our JavaScript code so that it just changed the contents of the paragraph instead of alerting something. And then if that works, we know that our JavaScript is being executed inside the iframe. So let's do that. We want document.get elements by ID. The ID here is paragraph. And then we want to change the inner HTML to, let's use my classic alternative, hello Rob. All right, if I've got that correct, then it should update when I refresh. It does indeed. Fantastic. So that's it. We've achieved our objective. We have a really quite nice looking site, pretty simple, but it looks good. We can toggle the HTML, CSS, JavaScript, and output on and off as we want. And then as soon as we update any of these, the updates are immediately reflected in the output there. Brilliant. So there's our code player. As always, I hope you managed to do most of that yourself and enjoyed the process of putting it together. This brings us to the end of the jQuery section. So once again, give yourself a pat on the back, but brace yourself because we're soon going to find out how to make great looking responsive websites. That is, ones that respond immediately to the user's screen size and display a different layout depending on whether they're on their phone or their tablet or their computer. We're going to do that using a completely free framework called Bootstrap, and that's all coming in the next section. I'll see you there.